the traditional banking and financial industry. At Voilà, we do it with the purpose of financial inclusion. For those who don't know what Voilà is, we are a financial ecosystem that provides systems, personal loans, payment systems, not systems only, payment systems and transactions, also credit, personal loans, investment products, as well as merchant acquiring for 5 million users in Argentina, Colombia, and Mexico through 3 different regulated entities. We have banks, broker-dealers, and asset managers. We have been able to financially include 5 million users in our platform. How? Which is actually way more than what the traditional banking system has done in many, many decades, because we've been able to use disruptive technology. For instance, and it might be very obvious for a lot of people, right? But the fact that our platform is 100% cloud is actually a difference with the traditional finance and banking industry that are heavily reliant on mainframes and data centers and paperwork and physical branches and manual processing. Because we've been able to do 100% on cloud, that basically means that we can scale faster, and not only faster, we can bring the cost of financing and of transacting banking products 80% down. And you can do it at any point of the day and of the week of the time. You can actually be sipping a rum punch in one of the beautiful beaches of Jamaica and open a bank account and also get a credit and do a transfer and do a payment on a Sunday afternoon, which is basically something that you probably wouldn't be able to do in a traditional financing system, right? So the fact that we're 100% cloud is one of the basic differences that we have, and that's actually helped as a fintech to grow. But the second one, and it's a very trendy one, AI, right? We all like to talk about AI right now. So AI has been also disrupting even us as disruptors, as a fintech. For example, it has helped us in fraud prevention, because now with AI, we can collect data from different sources and understand behavioral patterns of certain transactions. And instead of being reactive, we can be predictive of certain things. In addition, for customer service, AI has been great. At Voilà, we actually use a conversational chatbot. It almost looks like a human when you use it, that understands the type of problems that you have, and it's going to be able to solve your problem without the use or the need of a customer service person. The next step, what we're going to do, is actually imagine this. Going into your app and needing a very specific report with charts and graphs and information that you need to do your tax report, for example, that you're not going to get in a standard way. Imagine just putting all of that in a chatbot and then, I don't know, a minute later getting exact report that you need, right? You can't do that today, right? So actually that is one of the things. And finally, and I'm going to finish with this, Internet of Things, IoT, right? We have smartwatches and smart devices and everything. It's amazing the things that we can do today. One of the things that Internet of Things is actually disrupting on the fintech, specifically for insurtech. Imagine an insurance company being able to track, might sound a little bit big brotherish, but it's actually helpful, to track how many hours you sleep and how many hours you drive and what kind of health you have, and be able to calculate an accurate premium for your insurance without overcharging you. That is what AI and also IoT is doing by using smart devices and wearables, etc., integrating all of these technologies so we can get technology faster, safer, more transparent, and actually at a cheaper cost for users.
Okay, wow. Embracing AI and really looking at its potential, that it will be a great thing and it will help us very much. That's great, fantastic. Linda, you're an entrepreneur from a Jamaican company, and you're a local here, so we welcome you and we're honored to have you here. How do you think and reflect might new technologies contribute to employee skill development in order to achieve that great potential, that talent potential that this sector, of course, requires? What are your thoughts on that?
Can everybody hear me? All right. Well, first of all, technology-enabled training is paramount in order to advance. It's how employees grow, it's how companies grow, it's how countries grow. And I think in order to reach the full potential, we need to start that training and get it in at a very early age. Get it into the schools at an early age. So as children matriculate up through the institutions, that terminology is common to them, that understanding of why technological advancement so that they can do these things is so important. By doing that, by introducing this at a very early age, I think it will help companies, it will help employees, it will help countries to grow, to expand, to offer higher level services. And you know, by facilitating that, it will become part of a person's DNA, which will enable them to reach their full potential, whatever that full potential might be, whether it's within their own company, whether it's personally, whether it is within their country. They're going to be able to embrace the new tools that are introduced to them without having a fear, without having any hesitation. They're going to then go for opportunities that will be afforded to them. Whether that be, as I say, within their own industry, within their own business. If they're in a training program, they're not going to shy away from using that new application, because we're kind of in a strange situation. We're kind of in a strange vibe here, and we were talking about this yesterday as we were meeting. You know, over the last 40 to 50 years, technology has changed so much. We have a generation that walks around with 2 phones, and all they do everything on their phones, right? But we also have a generation who believes that they still have to go to the bank in order to deposit a check. And when you're in that, and technology is moving so quickly, you need to figure out how you can keep up, how you can excel, how you can do the things that Mariana is talking about, the incredible things, and using technology. Because that's the way that we are going. But we cannot close the door on that generation who still needs to go to the bank or still believes in going to the bank to deposit that physical check, right? I was sharing a story. My mother gave my son a check, and she said, okay, Evan, you know, let's go down to the bank and you can deposit it. And he looked at her and he goes, Grandma? And he took a picture and he said, okay, it's deposited, let's go. What are we gonna do? And I kid you not, for 2 days, she kept saying to him, are you sure that money's in the bank? Are you sure? Did you double check? And she told everybody for 2 weeks, that's what she was talking about. Do you know what Evan did? And, you know, that's kind of why I say we're in this kind of strange, you know, funk that we need to embrace the technology, so we need to introduce it at a very early age so that these types of things are not strange and foreign to advancement, because with that, employees will grow, companies will grow, and countries will grow. And so, I think introducing technology at an early age in our early learning institutions, instead of having computer science as an elective in university, which is where I had it, as an elective, it must be mandatory, right? Now that I just shared my age inadvertently, but that's okay. So I think that's where we need to go in order for people to reach their full potential, and companies and countries to reach their full potential.
Thank you, Linda. Working with, thank you. Working with digital skills in every period of life, and recognizing the human behaviors and how, even in the pandemic, we lived through that, right? More senior citizens became digital natives because there was no other option. So always the human dimension is key. Daniel,
hello.
Welcome from Bogota, from
Yeah,
SAP.
vamos. I'm gonna use the 2 language over here.
Daniel, how do you think technological innovation can have a positive impact and be linked to the environment, to environmental sustainability? This is the issue of our times. And it's kind of warm here, you know you guys are suffering a little bit, but it's a good thing that they see it's not so high. We're saving some energy, so we're being environmentally sustainable here. But
yeah, we're
the
saving
link
energy
between technology and the environment, what do you think about that, Daniel? Welcome.
Yeah, I think it's in all of the headlines, right? So we're all thinking about climate change. And when I talk to the customers, the first question is, okay, I want to embrace ESG activities, but how? You know, it's this like trending topic right now. And I want to talk about some cases of some industries that we're having right now. If you see IoT in utilities, they're embedding IoT in asset management so they can reduce energy consumption. If you can see digital twins in manufacturing, they're using digital twins to reduce the amount of prototypes built so they can reduce waste. And also they're building the process digitally so they can find efficiencies and also reduce energy consumption. And this is a nice one that I'm seeing right now is blockchain. We all talk about cryptocurrencies, but blockchain, you can track the materials you're using in your production to the stakeholders so they can be addressed to your vision of transforming a sustainable business. And we have talked about this a lot, and our CEO, Christian Klein, says, sustainability is no one-man job. This is a teamwork. So everyone has to play a role. So the governments are investing in this. The companies are investing in this. And when you talk about transformation, you can talk about digital transformation, you can talk about business transformation, you can talk about sustainable transformation. The three pillars are, and Adi talked about it, is the impact. I'm going to impact the process, the technology I'm using, but the most important one is the people. And we were talking about this, the people. How are we transforming the people? So if we can leverage this innovation and also talk about creativity, we need to bring the tools to the right people. Then we're going to see an escalation and this acceleration that we need right now to impact sustainability in the short term.
Very, very powerful. Power to the people. Skills to the people.
Power to the people.
That's very, very important. And what you said, which is a recurring theme, is the partnerships. It doesn't take, can't take government alone or private sector alone, and that has been a recurring theme. I put my headphones because I hear better. It's not that I need translation, but I hear much better with them. And if any of you need, maybe we'll get some more of these because to help the acoustics to the team, they can bring some more. So now, Carolina, back to you. We were talking about a digital transformation. And sometimes it's a bit of an abstract notion for, everybody talks about digital transformation, but okay, what is it? What strategies are there that you're deciphering from Globant in place to carry out? So, I know you started with that, but I want to double click on your brains on that.
Let me give some context first because Globant is not Google, that everybody knows. So I want to share what Globant is. Globant is a services company, and we basically do this for clients. So what I'm going to talk about the strategies, they don't come just from what I'm doing internally for us, but also what I've seen happen in our clients and what I've seen be successful. Probably everybody knows that about 70 to 80 digital transformation initiatives typically fail. And that's because, again, it's such a very slim content definition, it's what is it? What is it for you? So there are 5 things that I think are critical whenever you're thinking about starting even any of these. First, start with goals, with a vision. And I'm not talking about what do I want to solve for today. I'm talking about how is this going to help your company in 5 years? Look at your 5-year-long plan and see what is it that you need. Prioritize, because all of us, I'm sure every single person in this room has a laundry list of technical things that we could improve in our company if we had infinite money. And we don't have infinite money. We don't have infinite anything. So figure it out. Is it going to be sustainability? Because that is at the heart of your business right now. Is it going to be a better experience for your clients or whoever that is? Is it going to be inclusion? What is it that you want to achieve? And set a very clear vision. Number 2 is technology. Looking at 5 years is a little bit challenging when it comes to technology because technology continues to appear and disappear. If you looked 3 years ago, blockchain was all the boom. Now blockchain has changed a little bit and it has become critical in some industries, but not a global thing. AI, oof. I don't think any single one of us is not discussing internally how we're going to leverage Gen AI. Well, slow down, think about the use cases that align with your goal, but look at technology as a whole. Look at what you have and where you want to go, because it's not, you can't throw away everything you have. There's potential in what you have in there already. Buy-in from top leadership. If you don't have your top executives on board on whatever plan you're trying to execute, you are going to fail. It's inevitable because there's a lot of hurdles that you're going to have to jump over and they're not going to be easy, and if they're not invested into whatever your plan is as much as you are, just say goodbye. Seriously, you're not going to be successful. Number 4, change management. Linda was talking about how we have 2 generations. We have the generation that is all day with a phone. We have the generation that is not so tech savvy. You have that in your customers, in your employees, wherever. Thinking about how you're going to enact change on all of those populations is critical to be successful. And change management, I don't know how many of you have had to establish change management strategies. They are hard. Some people think that you send an email and that's it, everybody will learn. No. No. I spent 6 years in marketing. I can tell you that for any single message to get into somebody's brain, you have to be in front of their face at least 5 times. And there's statistics about this. So even if you want to change your employees to stop using, let's say, Hangouts and move to Slack, you're not going to do that just by enabling Slack. You're going to have to do a lot of work behind that. And number 5 is measure. One of the problems with all of this is that when you change technology, when you're thinking about, I want to make the experience better, it's not always easy to quantify what that better is. But if you don't stop and think about how you're going to show those results, what KPIs you're going to put behind them that are smart, that are small, measurable, articulated, etc., again, you're not going to be able to show and to even trust what you're doing and that what you're doing is effectively working. So if it is a simple thing like measuring activity on a web, how many transactions are being done through a certain way, that's sometimes really easy. When you're changing behavior, you have to be a little bit more creative in terms of how you're going to measure it. But again, if you don't stop and think about how you're going to measure it, you're not going to be able to show the progress.
I don't know about you. I'm taking that list home. Very important 5 elements. I loved it. Really, you know, and applies to, I was thinking about my job. Yeah. You know, I mean, you always tend to think about your own job when you get suggestions that are so savvy. And I really like what you said about slow down, you know, with AI. Slow down, you know, it won't be the root of all evil. You have to look at your competitive advantage and use AI to your competitive advantage. I think that's a great message, Carolina. Adi, back to you. You're a public policy leader, a global public policy leader at Google. What do you think is the role of public policy in creating that enabling environment for these things that we're talking about, for digital transformation? How can public policy play a role? And of course, as the IDB, we're very interested in listening to you on that one.
Yeah, absolutely. So in my role, I do track regulations from Europe to APAC to Latin America. But let's just start with what's actually happening on the ground. I want to level set because we've heard some really great examples for how Voila is using AI or even thinking about using AI, and Carolina talked about change management and preparing the workforce. MIT recently released a really, really interesting study that I encourage everybody who's interested in change management and how generative AI might be used in the workplace, and specifically in the services sector. They spent a year following a call center company in the Philippines, so another services-based company, and 5,000 call center workers. And what they found, their high-level message was, you shouldn't be afraid of AI. In fact, you should be afraid if you're not using AI. What they found was a 14% boost in productivity across all 5,000 workers. But more significantly, they saw a 35% productivity boost among the lowest entry-level workers. Why? Again, we go back to what Wala was talking about, right? How Wala is thinking about it, which is through conversational chatbots that are assisting the worker. They're not necessarily replacing the worker. They can replace the worker for the most basic questions that a call center might get, but it's really, humans are always gonna have a role in the most complex questions, transactions, where you think about what AI can't quite yet do well. The Prime Minister gave the example of legal work, documentation, I dare say filing taxes. You're always gonna need a human to double check that work. And that's what the MIT study also found. It can help make even those lowest skilled entry-level workers more productive because you're giving them access to knowledge and they can put that knowledge together in a way that only humans can verify and check. Fascinating. That is how we're going to see generative AI play out on the ground. So then public policy. Global governments need to acknowledge the realities on the ground. And I think, again, this is where the IDB is really helping us. We're often doing a salsa or a tango, right? Public sector, private sector, government, and what the private sector wants to enable. And I think the IDB is like our instructor in the middle, being like, okay, no, your foot goes here, your foot goes there. And it's really important that we maintain a positive posture in these conversations, because there's absolutely risks. Daniela and I were talking about, there's privacy risks, there's security risks, and we have a role to play in helping government understand what we're doing to address their concerns, how we are building things into our platform to enable even small and medium enterprises the ability to protect and secure their transactions, their support that they're giving to their customers. You're our customer, and we support you in providing those regulatory, meeting those regulatory expectations as well. But generative AI is absolutely sort of blowing open the regulatory playbook, and we're having to evaluate what are the new guardrails we need. I'm just going to list just a couple, and I think we're going to talk a little bit about responsible AI in a bit here too. But transparency, as we were talking about, especially in things like financial services, healthcare, employment. There are certain sectors that will use AI that probably should be required to provide higher levels of documentation and transparency about how AI is supporting the transaction, how AI is supporting the delivery of that service, and to ensure that when the transaction doesn't work out the way it was intended, just as in a human transaction, we know how to fix it, how to remedy it. That's just one example, but obviously there are a number of other privacy and security conversations that we need to make sure we're approaching together.
Thank you so much, Ari. Really, really interesting thoughts on this impact. We told you we were going to talk about AI in this Outsource2lac, but the impact on productivity, pretty amazing. And I agree, it takes two to tango, salsa, and everything. We have to decide for public and private the new regulations for artificial intelligence together. And so another very, very powerful message. And we're doing that. IDB, within the Americas Business Dialogue, we have a working group on this with many of the companies here. Mariana, back to you, and sort of on the theme, but going to how does Wala in each country, how do you navigate, or salsa or tango, in each of the countries? How do you apply those strategies when I know you're looking for some places to invest? So trade promotion agencies, you know, talk to these companies, they want to invest in Latin America. And how do you navigate that? What are your thoughts on that?
We definitely have to learn the local dance every time we go to a new country, right? So when we expand to new countries, we look for a couple of things. Number one, we look for the number of people that either are underbanked or unbanked, which in Latin America and the Caribbean is a high percentage. According to some stats, 50% of the population in LAC is either underbanked or unbanked. We also look at the penetration of smartphones and internet, right? Because that's how we actually are able to do our business and operate. We're also looking at the regulatory environment and the financial macro environment of that country, as well as, you know, population of that country. So we look at all of that, and then we decide if the type of competition, et cetera, and what kind of regulations or what kind of licenses do we need to go into that country. It is definitely not a copy-paste. It's not like we started in Argentina, plug and play, let's go to Colombia, plug and play, let's go to Mexico. Because every country has their culture, their flavors, their dance in every respect. So I'll give you examples of things that we've done different. We have a building block, as I said before, of certain products that we offer. But that doesn't mean that we offer the exact same product in every country. And I'll go now to the example. In Mexico, Mexico has an industry of remittances of $58 billion. Right, so we actually have a product of remittances in Mexico, but that is not an applicable product for Argentina that has extensive FX and international wire money into, you know, transfers restrictions. So that is one thing that we don't do in both countries. Another one, in Colombia, for instance. Colombia in the past 5 or 6 years, and Daniel, you're from Colombia, so you probably know this, they went from a 0.5 population of immigrants in Colombia to 2.5% of immigrants in Colombia. They were one of the countries that received most immigrants in the past 5 years. So what happened is that there was a huge population that were not able to be banked, right? So that is one thing that we actually adapted. We said, we have to create a new product for this country that we don't have in other countries. Lastly, in Argentina, we're all experts in FX currency and in FX exchange. If anybody knows anything about Argentina, you know that we're not, you know, we're a little bit of a mess. But anyway, so we are all, you know, experts in FX. So there's a specific FX product that we have embedded in our product that is only applicable to Argentina. So what we do is we look at our competition, we look at the macro environment, we look at the financial environment of the country, and we start building. But definitely the regulatory environment, as Adi was saying, is extremely challenging. Not all countries actually are up to date, let's put it that way, with how fintechs and digitally native companies have to operate. Again, Brazil and Colombia are 2 examples of being actually in Chile very advanced when it comes to fintech regulations. Other countries, not so much. For instance, Mexico is very particular about what information goes on cloud and what doesn't, right? So when we actually wanted to open in Mexico, we had to readapt our technology strategy to understand, still be on cloud, but on par with the Mexican regulations. So again, it's not plug and play. As we said, we have to learn the dance of every country and then do the dance.
That's one that's going to stay in as one of the quotes of Outsource2lac. It's not plug and play. You have to adapt. You have to understand the idiosyncrasy, legal, political, cultural. So very, very interesting as well. Thank you, Mariana, for that. Linda, if we dance or reggae or soca into the Caribbean, how can the Caribbean embrace this digital transformation? How can the Caribbean people win from this? What can be done?
You know, I think as a region, by embracing the different countries, will, just as Jamaica has done, embrace the transformation that's coming. Jamaica has seen this. We're well positioned for advancement and growth with the new appointment of the Minister for Skills Development. And so I think there are two things that happen with embracing, as you say, the growth and accepting the digital transformation. And there are two key things, infrastructure and people. And as a region, I think every country in the Latin American region here, in the Caribbean certainly, our infrastructure is solid, it's stable, it's developing every single day. And so I think, you know, once you have that and once you continue to acknowledge that that is a critical element, then the next critical element is the people, right? It's the people that we need to empower, we need to give that confidence to. And the Prime Minister mentioned programs like HEART that we have here in Jamaica. We also have programs that we work with, as I say, in the sector. And one of those is the GSS training program that is led by my buddy, Miss Marjorie here. And that is sponsored by the IDB. And it is absolutely brilliant. We started this about 3 years ago, had a couple of thousand people go through the program with upskilling. We've got apprenticeship programs happening. And I think once you have the infrastructure and the people, then there's definitely, you know, the DNA is going to be built in with the people element, and the infrastructure will support that growth and development. So I think those are two key things that are critical to the growth of a country.
Thank you, Linda. And we always come back to the talent, the human capital, which is the main factor really of production in the services sector. And we have to do this again, public and private. Those are the programs that the IDB is funding in the region. We mentioned some at the outset. And it's getting those public and private together, those finishing schools, as they were called in India back in the days, and even in the 60s and 70s, emulating many of the things MIT was doing in Bangalore and other places. So yes, power to the people, talent to the people, public and private. Daniel, one very specific question for you, and then final thoughts from everyone, and we have to wrap up. But Carolina was mentioning this, that top leadership is key. But how do we convince our bosses? How do we convince the top leadership on that element of engaging for that digital transformation? What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, Carolina told us, if you don't have the C-level engaged, the transformation is not going to happen. And basically, when we talk to the customer comes to us saying technology is the answer, but technology is not the answer. Technology is the vessel. And we were talking yesterday about the vision, and some of the entrepreneurship here is going to relate to this, and also the leader says, what is my vision in the next 2, 3, 5 years? The Prime Minister told us what's the vision, right? So first, we understand this vision. Then we talk the language of each of one of the businesses, because it's not the same thing to talk to an oil company, to a retail company, to a manufacturing company. We have experts for that, industry experts for that also. And then you can focus on what type of technology is going to drive this transformation. And you need to measure the impact. That's the main thing, and Carolina mentioned it, is if you're not measuring, you're not generating an impact, and you're not finding the new opportunities to adapt. That's the main way we communicate to our C-levels.
Amazing. You already gave your last thoughts. Technology is not the vessel. It's not the answer, it's the vessel. Amazing. Linda, 4 or 5 words important from this chat.
Training and invest in the future.
Mariana, 4 or 5 words.
Just 4 or 5? I know. Okay. Definitely technology, of course, but using technology in a responsible way. Give me a little bit, just one more. It's not about digital transformation just because it's trendy. You have to ask yourself, what are you transforming? What is the objective? So when you're doing all of this of digital transformation, AI and machine learning and blockchain, ask yourself why. Why are you trying? Don't follow the trend.
And to piggyback, we are talking about upskilling workers, but they also need to understand the risks of AI and what AI is not capable of doing. That is the responsible AI approach. You must make sure that we understand the benefits, but also how to manage the risks. If you have not considered integrating AI into your current risk management program, start today.
And I guess I would say you have to think of this neither as a sprint nor a marathon. It's a never-ending game. It's something that doesn't have a finish line, so you have to constantly be rethinking and challenging yourselves in terms of, okay, what do I do next? What do I have to do next? Where am I missing an opportunity?
Exciting, 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 exciting. That's my closing words. Thank you so much. A big applause for this amazing group of leaders.
Thank you so very much. I thought that Fabrizio definitely brought the energy. We could sense that he has definitely set the tone. While they were speaking, these are my takeaways. And if you didn't get to write them down, maybe you will agree. Number one, we acknowledge that the tools and the disruption are here to stay, and we can't just simply wish them away. Number two, don't panic. Don't get a heart attack. This is when you arm yourself with information and knowledge, which means you now have to be open to research. Number three, ask yourself, how can you utilize the tools strategically to leverage, enable, and empower business? And keep in mind that not all tools, not all technology are relevant to your business. Ask, how can it help to boost productivity by employees? And how can they use the technology, not necessarily be replaced by it? Ask yourself, who can help me to understand this? And the persons with the answer could be a customer, staff, intern, or an industry leader. Ask yourself, who is using the results? Who is using the tools and getting the results? And lastly, culture management, change management, organizational management are important. You must look at transparency, governance, security, regulation, and licensing. I also want to remind you that we have local tech entrepreneurs who will be here at the TID zone in the exhibition hall, and they'll be able to talk to you about security, storage, software, and so much more. I absolutely enjoyed that conversation. It was timely as it was relevant. So now let's take a moment to watch a special video from our sponsor, JPS.
JPS. I light up the streets, I light up the beat, I light up the place where we meet and greet. Half of what they think, then we make life sweet. I light up the church where the pastor preach. Light up the good times in the service, power the music in the worship. Light up the moments that matter, light up the laughing and chatter. Light up the net and the rocket, light up the score so you know who got it. Power the socket, no stop it. Light up the path so you don't lose your way. Light up the field so you don't miss a play. Every night, every day. Light up the path so you don't lose your way. Every night, every day. Light up the field so you don't miss a play. Every night, every day. Light up the party from now till it done. Every night, every day. Bringing light to everyone.
JPS for sponsoring this fireside chat. Next on our agenda, we have the pleasure of welcoming Shulette Cox, President of the Jamaica Promotions Corporation, JAMPRO, who will be hosting our first fireside chat titled Unlocking Jamaica's Potential, a strategy for knowledge-based services. Please make her welcome. Welcome, Shulette. And joining President Cox on stage, we will have the Honorable Auburn Hill, Senator and Minister of Industry, Investment and Commerce of Jamaica. He's our Minister of Business, and he will also be joined by Mr. Anand Biradar, the President of the Global Services Association of Jamaica. Thank you so very much for being here. Without further ado, I invite President Cox to take it away. and we need a mic for our moderator, our very esteemed moderator. We were shifting and moving, and the guests, the panelists, we were getting ready for the fireside chat, that we forgot our mics. I'd also like to take the opportunity to just remind you, if you're using audio phones for translation, we ask that you kindly leave your audio phones here at the location, at the venue. We have exhibition halls on the other side. We have trade promotions, B2B tables, over 900 meetings, and we also have tech entrepreneurs who are here to help you with your outsourcing strategy. So now that we are ready to go, President Cox, over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Tara Carell Reed, very much. Good morning, everybody. My name is Shalette Cox, and I am the president of JAMPRO. I do want to join with everyone that came before me to welcome you all to Jamaica and to Outsource2lac. Jamaica Promotions Corporation, or JAMPRO, is Jamaica's export and investment promotions agency. And over the next half an hour, I'm joined by my two panelists that represent both the public and private sector perspective on Jamaica's global digital services industry. And we will talk a little bit about the journey that Jamaica has had to capitalize on the growing and evolving that has been happening globally into knowledge process outsourcing space, and focusing on education and digital transformation to build a knowledge-based society. So, despite being on both sides of the discussion this morning, both of my panelists are alumni of the Harvard Business School, and so are very grounded in a mindset of innovation and entrepreneurship. The first is my Minister of Industry, Investment and Commerce, and he's been our minister since January 2022. And he chairs the Global Digital Services Task Force in Jamaica, which was established in 2022 by Cabinet to implement Jamaica's 5-year development plan for the industry. So welcome, Minister Hill. The second speaker, Mr. Anand Biradar, by day is the head of the delivery for the Americas at Sagility, overseeing operations in Jamaica, US, and Colombia, but he has been a leading outsourcing CEO in Jamaica over the last decade. He's passionate about entrepreneurship and sits on the board of several startup tech companies in Jamaica. And whatever hours are left out of his busy day, he's also the president of Jamaica's Global Services Association for just over a year. And as the Prime Minister mentioned earlier, that association is a major advocacy body for Jamaica's local industry. So to give us a little context of why we're here today and what we're talking about, Jamaica's global services industry started just over 2 decades ago. And it started mainly in the basic work in business process outsourcing. In 2011, Jamaica had about 11,000 employees, and today we have over 60,000 employees. That's a 15% average growth rate in a period of time where we had a global recession and a global pandemic, and I think that's to be applauded. A lot of that can be attributed to very deliberate actions on the part of the government that has come through and been guided by private sector consultation. In 2020, the country fully implemented its first 5-year development plan for the industry and grew the industry in 4 years from 14,000 to 43,000. And as I mentioned, last year a new plan was approved. A major part of Jamaica's plan has been focused on upskilling and upgrading the experiences of Jamaican people, focusing in more recent years on certification and apprenticeship. As Jamaica enters the new era of digital transformation, and we heard Carolina talk about it, it's an era that we will probably not leave because digital transformation never ends. It's important that public and private partnerships are aligned so that we are happy that we have these two persons talking to us today. And I'm going to start with Minister Hill. So the Prime Minister mentioned that during the 3 years of the pandemic, we grew 30%. And I know that that has come out of a lot of work that has been put in by the government, deliberate work. How has the government supported that growth over the last few years?
Well, hello, Mr. Mike. One of the first things that the government did, Shalette, as you will recall, is to make sure we designated the outsourcing sector as one of those sectors that was an essential service. In other words, you have to go to the shop to get food, you have to go to the health center to get health care. We said if we're going to continue, we're going to have to make the global outsourcing sector an essential service. In addition to that, we instituted very, very early work from home. So while the economy took a 10.1% dip in GDP during the pandemic and then grew back very quickly in 21-22 at 8.1%, so it was a V curve. What happened to the global services sector, and what I now call, went back to cabinet and had it redesignated and rearranged to have it called the global digital services sector, because you're not going anywhere unless all our young people are digitally literate and good. When we did that, we made sure that we were certifying people, we make sure they had work from home, and the industry, that sector of the industry just continued to grow through that period of time. Government was also very available. At the time I was not minister here, I was a minister in the Prime Minister's office, and I used to take calls from many people all over the world who had businesses in Jamaica and were thinking that they would face particular difficulties, and we had to address them. So government became very, very available to people. The reason why that industry continued to grow are some basically fundamental ones. Prime Minister mentioned some of them this morning, but one of them is very simply, ladies and gentlemen, you have to run your country properly. Before 2016, when Prime Minister Andrew Holness took over, and a period before that, we had to make some serious adjustments starting in 2013 to make sure we put our country on a good fiscal footing. Well, since we came to power, we made sure we continued with that fiscal discipline. In fact, we started it before we came to power. The Prime Minister mentioned that in these past 6-7 years, we haven't raised taxes. That began with a program that I'm very familiar with, because I was working with the Prime Minister on it when he was in opposition, whereby we said anybody who earned 1.5 million Jamaican dollars or less would not get any taxes, would not pay any income taxes. Well, we haven't raised taxes from 2016. That's running your country well. We also have made sure that very early in the game, we changed the rules for the central bank, where the central bank would focus on managing inflation long before inflation was an issue. We were well within our inflationary target those years, but we changed the law. It was a big kerfuffle in the country where they said, oh, you're not focusing on managing the exchange rate. We said, no, we're not going to manage the exchange rate. We're going to make sure that if you take your money to the bank, you take your clean money to the bank, you can buy any amount of hard currencies you want, but you will have to pay the price depending on where the currency is. So we made sure that we had no currency restrictions. You can still go into the bank. You don't have to know the Prime Minister, the Finance Minister, or me, or the bank manager. You have your money in the bank. You want to buy hard currency. It's easily interchangeable, and it's a very big plus when investors are looking to invest in a place. And finally, the legal system. Prime Minister touched on it briefly. But we have a legal system that is independent. If you ever want to know how much power a politician doesn't have, let them try and touch the judiciary. Very quickly, all 4 feet are down your throat. So we're very careful that we keep a very strong judiciary with respect from the legislature and the executive. And our judicial system still goes up to the Privy Council in England, and that provides a great deal of comfort for many investors. Clearly, we have the people, they're young, they're going to train, 1.5 million of them speaking English in one contiguous area in the Kingston and Portmore area, the biggest population of English speakers with young people outside of the United States. So Jamaica really is truly a very attractive investment destination, and that's how we kept the global digital services, the outsourcing business growing during a very difficult time for the world and for the country.
Thank you very much, Minister. Now, over that period of time as well, just before the pandemic, the government of Jamaica, partnering with the IDB, launched the Global Digital Services Sector Project, which is focused on skills development and ecosystem creation for the industry. Anand, as a recipient of some of the outcomes to date of that project, and in addition to some of what Minister mentioned, how would you say the private sector has received that support from the government, and what is the impact that it has had on either or both your company and the industry, looking at it from the association's perspective?
Great question. And I've been here for a while and worked very closely with the government and the minister. And I've worked in 5, 6 different countries and made Jamaica my home. And I run the Americas operation from here. And I have to say, it's been the difference in working with government is a lot more easier here, and I will give some examples. The investments made in Global Services Skills program funded by IDB, and the Special Economic Zone policies as well, and other treating outsourcing business as an emergency service during the pandemic were pivotal to solving some of the critical gaps in the growth. And we've seen fantastic growth in the last 5 years in Jamaica. And so the government and the government entities play a very critical role and a very supportive role to the private sector. And I just want to share one small story. It sort of epitomizes the way, the lengths to which the government of Jamaica can go to support a business. This was, I worked with the Hinduja Group, which had a large healthcare operation, which they sold to a private equity for a very high valuation. And that was it's a $1.2 billion deal. And going by the books, it would take probably 4 or 5 months to complete all the paperwork and get through the process. And we had 8 weeks to close the deal. And Minister Hill was instrumental in making it happen. It's shockingly, it's a shocking experience for the private equity. It's a $38 billion private equity, very large, reputable private equity, and even the Hinduja Group in this case. So it took Minister Hill and Bobby Honeygan, who works with the minister, and Prime Minister of Jamaica, to sign the document on the eve of Christmas, and it was a weekend. That won't happen in any country. That will not happen in any country. So that's the amount of commitment the government brings in supporting the private sector and working very closely with the private sector. I hope that really makes the statement, which is a fact.
All right, thank you, Anand. And I think that just emphasizes how accessible, as the minister said, government officials at all levels are willing and ready and able to support not just this industry, all industries, but we're talking about this industry today. So I can't even count the amount of times we've said skills development since this morning. And it emphasizes that we see that education and skills are critical to this industry, as it is only as successful as the people. I think one of our previous speakers spoke to the fact that when you think about digital transformation, it rests with both infrastructure and people. And as people are one of our greatest assets here in Jamaica, I want to ask you, Minister Hill, as a country, where and within the context of moving into a knowledge-based society and moving into a different and higher level for digital services that is based on more knowledge industries and IT and technology, where do we need to focus on educating our workforce in order to take that leap into the areas of digital services?
I'm not supposed to say what happens in Cabinet, but I think I can get away with this. Cabinet has made it very clear to the Ministry of Education, who herself is a graduate of Harvard and Wharton Business School. Harvard College, where she did her first degree, and Wharton Business School. So she understands, Minister Williams does, the necessity for really good education. So Cabinet is very clear, but Cabinet is clear in the allocation of money. The Ministry of Education gets 140 billion Jamaican dollars to run its ministry this year. It's second only to the Ministry of Finance. Ministry of Finance is naturally the biggest recipient of Jamaican tax dollars to spend because they pay the loans and pay the interest. So we as a government, again, is very clear that since we do not have the landmass of China, the United States, Canada, or Russia, we don't have the minerals of Russia or Canada, we are never going to have those minerals. We're an island, so there's no place to invade. So we have to make sure we train our people very, very well as we get into this era when skills are what will drive your economy. And if you don't believe it, look at Singapore, Israel, and Japan. They don't have many minerals themselves. So we very well recognize that, and Estonia and Latvia and Europe, they're small countries too. We have to make sure we're training them well. We have been doing that. When I came to the ministry, one of the first things I changed is that we had a $15 million loan from IDB. And let me tell you something. This minister goes everywhere like an ambassador and an advertiser for IDB. When we were in the toughest positions that we could be in, the multilateral that really stood up for us, clearly, others did, they worked through programs with us, but in real raw cash, IDB has been there for us. And they arranged for us to have this $15 million loan. When I came, I saw training. It didn't have certification. So took it from Gillette, took it back to Cabinet, and said training and certification. Because when I came back to Jamaica from working many years overseas, one of the first articles I wrote is that we should train Jamaicans and put on every one of their foreheads fit for export. Why? Not because I want them to leave, but if we're going to put them fit for export, we have to train them to that caliber. So we're now at a place where we don't have to export them. They're working. Anand has, I just opened another place for Anand last week where he has another 1,200 seats, and I'm opening another bunch next week. People are coming in to make sure the Jamaicans we train stay here and work rather than just go overseas. So what we're training on, I remember that Germany didn't become the powerhouse of exports and the powerhouse economy in Europe through PhDs and lawyers. It was really through apprentices. BMW, Mercedes-Benz, BASF, all the chemical companies hired people who were trained, yes, technically high, but with skills. So we're looking to train apprentices at a high level. Healthcare. He's in the healthcare processing business in the outsourcing sector. He needs people that understand that business. We need them to be trained in these particular skills. So we're not only just training and certifying, we're now, the Prime Minister has repurposed heart to make sure, on the new Minister Dixon that he mentioned, Dr. Dixon this morning, to make sure we train them to have the digital skills that will be absolutely necessary. 1-year-old kids are using their phones. They're not using any books anymore. So we have to train our people in that, and we're very focused, and we commit the money to it. Remember, I started off with 140 billion Jamaican dollars, the biggest budget going into education.
Thank you, Minister. And congrats again, Anand, for the opening of that facility last week, which is your 5th facility in Jamaica. And that speaks a lot about the confidence that Sagility and your clients have. As you are constantly thinking about growth and development, and as we think about this digital transformation, what is your approach as Sagility to talent development? And how is that made easier by some of the foundational skills that you've been able to find in your employees in Jamaica?
Yeah, great question. Thank you. And so briefly, Sagility is a very specialized global provider of services to U.S. healthcare industry. We do an umbrella of services out of 5 countries, including Jamaica. And these are extremely complex cases. The ones we handle in Jamaica are where our employees interact with patients, doctors, nurses, over a range of things. To understand U.S. healthcare, if you know, it's very complicated. It's a 16-week training at minimum. So why Jamaica is successful is because the IQ levels compare with all other countries is higher in Jamaica, and the ability to comprehend complex subjects. And these are not, we're not hiring masters or college grads. These are, students who have done their high school, who are doing their college, but they're just outright brilliant in their ability to comprehend complex subjects. And top it all with, the clear communication skill. It's very important when you're talking on healthcare subject to understand and articulate in a very clear, concise manner with accuracy, because you're dealing with patient information and all of that. So Jamaica has done really well, right? Which is why it's very successful here. And the programs put in place internally, we have very large training and development organization where we've planned level 1 to level 10 growth for every employee across all services. And we're looking to open up licensed pharmacists out of Jamaica. We're looking to open up licensed nurses out of Jamaica. And I also have Madan, who's the CEO of Sagility Technologies, who's here. He leads the team that develops front-end technology for healthcare industry. He has a team of 100+ data scientists, researchers, software engineers, and developers in Atlanta and in India. And I'm telling him, come Jamaica and grow here. So he's here really to evaluate and extend his tech team. So that's the value growth forward. And this is the plan for employees, right? You want to invest in them. You want to bring the best out of them. And eventually, all the stakeholders benefit, the country, the people, the employees themselves.
All right, thank you for that, Anand. And it's always so heartening when we realize that not only the government has to sell Jamaica, but we have partners in our private sector that also, you guys do a pretty good job as well. So Minister Hill, Prime Minister spoke this morning about a couple of things that the government is doing in terms of kind of starting this digital transformation journey. I know in 2020 we passed our Data Protection Act, and we're on the way to operationalizing that. We spoke several times about the new minister, which it is no coincidence that she is both skills development and digital transformation. But are there any other initiatives you'd want to emphasize as to what that journey is looking like for Jamaica?
Well, you know, the government is, as I said, spending a lot of money. I gave you a big budget number, but also, as you link down, we look at the $15 million US dollars we borrowed from IDB to train, because that's an investment. And we will continue to do that through HEART. We're going to take, for many of you who don't know this, 70% of the graduates from universities in Jamaica are women. So when the issue comes up of gender equality in terms of work, Colombia and Jamaica are right at the top. But I know we have many friends here from Colombia. Give them a round of applause, because they're generally right up there in the top in terms of women running things. And as you can see, if you look around Jamaica enough, you see 5 men. The rest is run by women. So, but the reason why I'm telling you that is we have about 300 or 400,000 young men who did not matriculate in the same kind of percentages that the young women have. They're on the streets. They become sometimes the material that criminals tend to engage in their activities. We are now looking at HEART, and the Prime Minister has just put on the board of HEART the immediate past head of the Jamaica Defense Force. So we're going to take many of those young men, put them in training camps. We're going to pay them a stipend, give them discipline, make sure they have apprenticeship skills, certified when they come out. They can't, nobody getting out unless you're certified. And therefore, we're making sure that we go to that other level, especially as we're between the 6.5%, 6 to 7% unemployment rate, which is in an emerging market, is really close to full employment. People can't find people to, so we're going to train these people and make sure they come into the workforce, expanding the workforce in that manner. But I also, I'm taking this platform, as I do often, to say to my business partners who know that I simply work for them, because I know it is they who pay the Prime Minister, the Finance Minister, me, Shulet, everybody who works in government. The taxes come from the income tax of business and the customs duty we charge them and so on. But businesses too must step up. I'm listening to Anand, and 16 weeks is what he invests to make sure, and I can say this because this week, I think I can say this, Anand, you can ask me to withdraw it afterwards. Humana was here because when I went to open, Humana was there. Humana is at the top of the health services game. So he has to train people to take care of that. Businesses in Jamaica I would want to see, I've been on many, many boards in this country before I came into government. And there's no line there that says, an expense line, an investment line that says training or employees to the next higher level, and in STEM or whatever you want to train them in. So I'm saying to businesses as well, that as the government invests so much of taxpayers' money, businesses must also step up to the plate and join that exercise as German, Israeli, Singaporean, Latvian businesses have done.
Thank you, Minister, and that's a good segue to my...
Yes, I agree. Yes, please raise it. Let them hear.
And that's a good segue to my question to Anand. And I know what we've seen happening in Jamaica with a lot of the outsourcing companies, a lot of the tech companies have created their own company culture, like a subset of the industry. And how would you say that companies such as Sagility are ensuring that they're future-proofing Jamaica within the context of digital transformation? What are some of the things that you are doing, as the minister just suggested?
Yeah, thanks, Shalette. And I think there's at least one of the good things that came out of COVID was people really went back to the drawing board and reimagining how the future of work will be and what all can possibly happen that one needs to have a playbook for, right? And And as we think, Sagility is dedicated in the healthcare space, and widely so, focused on the US healthcare. And so as we invest in employees and enhance their economic independence deeper and better with the opportunities we can, we're moving Jamaica slowly up the value chain, right? So I'll give a couple of examples. I talked about the training earlier. The training and knowledge center of excellence for Sagility for the Americas region is in Jamaica. So we have at least 30, 40 trainers in Jamaica who train all the classes for America and Colombia. So that's the expertise gained, that's the knowledge, deep knowledge gained. So slowly but surely, internally, the path to create more value is done for all employees. That's one. And second would be, the flexibility, right? Flexibility was something, sort of a premium before the gig economy, right? But now, I think flexibility is something every organization has to give to their employees in one way or the other. I think that is very important, and there's a lot of intellectual power and money going in creating the flexible working spaces. And if you saw our new site, it's fundamentally redesigned differently, if you recall. And so, yeah, redesigning.
Listen, if you have the chance, just go take a look at the place where they have just outside Spanish Town in what used to be the Aragonabo Center. It's fantastic. I couldn't believe my eyes when I saw it.
Yeah, so redesigning workspaces to better, for a better employment experience, and continuous investment in talent, right? And it's a lot more easier when you have, government that supports JAMPRO, it's a lot more easier to get things done and focus on talent. Now, partnering with Minister Dixon, we're going to move that agenda forward and doubling down and putting Jamaica on the path of higher value services. And I just want to say one last thing that, for all the investors looking at Jamaica, I would say doing business in Jamaica is more like taking a cat jump. You always land on your feet. So, cool, thanks.
Thank you for that, Anand. So my last question, I'm going to ask you both 2-sentence answers. As Jamaica moves purposefully into a knowledge-based industry, where do you see us in another 3 to 5 years? And what role do you see this industry having on the economy of Jamaica? Start with you, Anand.
I would see the path for Jamaica, to me, is very clear, and I know a few others with me can see this very clearly the next 5-10 years. It will be the path of creating high-value services out of Jamaica, more ITO, more KPO, more high-value services, while the BPO also strengthens and doubles up in its count. So that's the future. Scale, if you compare Philippines, India, and other large outsourcing destinations, they play at scale. I think Jamaica will play at the not the quantum, but the qualitative output that the country can deliver through a series of high-value services. So that's the path forward for Jamaica. I see that happening for sure. It's inevitable in the next 5-10 years span.
I personally believe that the BPO sector, the global digital services sector, will continue to grow. Yes, upskilling itself, especially as the demands from their clients grow. But I also want to see that the government will digitize. We will make sure we digitize Jamaica. And if we were to focus on cybersecurity, I think that's a place that we're going to have to grow. I remember 30 years ago now, Singapore said, we're going to decide on one part of the plane. And which plane are we going to pick? The 747. It carries most people. And they didn't pick the tires, they didn't pick the wings, they didn't pick the fuselage, they picked the avionics in the nose. And when people when Singapore decided to do that, people laughed at them. Just like they laughed at Sheikh Mohammed, I'm going to turn Dubai into a capital city of the world. It's a desert. What do you mean? So, Mr. Prime Minister Lee Kuan, you went down that road, and in 10 or so years, every single 747 plane in the world that had to check its avionics went to Singapore. Now, Israel, last year, I think, got $7 billion of inward investment in cybersecurity. It makes sense. They've developed that over the years. We can decide that we have to pick an area, and if I were to pick one, I know lots of cybersecurity people are here, and I'm very interested that you are here, because as we reskill our young people, and we take them out of the STEM subjects into the cyber and the ICT space, we need to pick an area, and one of them has to be cybersecurity. And I'm just going to leave by saying, many people realize that Jamaicans do understand cybersecurity. In a particular way, we want to make sure that it's channeled in a very, very productive, formative manner. And you can laugh and give me a clap, and thank you very much.
Thank you for that, Minister. Ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the end of this chat. I think we've heard a lot about what Jamaica has done and will be doing. I want to thank our two panelists for taking the time to share their insights and perspectives. And I want to thank you all for listening. And I invite you to continue this conversation after the panel and your interest in Jamaica. But for now, let me hand you back over to Dr. Reed. Thank you.
Can I just one? If you're a provider, if you're a merchant banker interested in, or you provide any sort of services to U.S. healthcare industry, please connect with me. We're looking at quite a few acquisition opportunities. Thank you.
One plug is allowed.
I mean, this is a business conference after all. Well done, Anand.
I mean, if you're going to make a plug like that. Ladies and gentlemen, managing that conversation as well as she did. In order to unlock the potential within any country, you have to start with the premise of no one should be left behind. Our minister reinforced that it can't just be a government thing. It has to be government, public, as well as private sector. It has to be a collective effort. And Nan said something very interesting. He says we must reimagine the future of work and the community. And even while we are upskilling and training and doing the courses and the apprenticeship, we must always be looking at what is to come and then strategically figuring out how we can corner that market. In other words, we need to level up, and it needs to be something that we invest in. I absolutely enjoyed that conversation. So we will start now with the ever-evolving BPO industry in LAC. But before we get into our next panel, let's watch this video.
I am Sammy. Sophie Klein.
My name is Tristan.
Wonya Neptune.
Horace.
Denise Chevel.
I want it. I want it.
I want it. I want it.
I wish it.
I wish it. I wish it. I believe it.
I am ITEL.
I am ITEL. I'm ITEL. I am ITEL.
I am ITEL. I am ITEL.
To thank all of our sponsors who saw the benefit in partnering for such a fantastic summit and a fantastic event. So we invite to the stage Alex Irwin Hunt, Global Markets Editor, FDI Intelligence of the Financial Times UK, who will be the moderator of this session. Good to see you again. And he will be joined by this esteemed panel. Fabiano Corredor, Vice President of Marketing, Oxys, US and Costa Rica. Anumpam Govil, Managing Partner, Avasant LLC and President, Avasens Inc., US and India. Yanni Epstein, Founding Chairman and CEO of ITEL Jamaica. We saw the sponsor a while ago. Thank you so very much, Yanni. Good to see you. And Leslie Lee Fook, who I have not seen in such a long time, Director AI Automation and Analytics, Incos Services Limited, Trinidad and Tobago. Lady and gentlemen, welcome to the stage. Over to you, Alex.
Well, thank you very much. We have the mic working. So it will come as no surprise to the audience that we know the BPO sector is very well embedded in the Latin American and Caribbean region. We heard Prime Minister Holness talk about Jamaica being the largest country, English-speaking country in the Caribbean for the sector, estimated 60,000 workers. But there's hundreds of thousands of people working in this sector across many countries in the region, and that's in many different types of services along the value chain. But like any industry, the BPO industry has faced massive transformation in recent years. Most notably with COVID-19, the trends that have been accelerated there, whether it be remote work and also sort of reconsiderations of business climate and operations, but equally technological innovation and many other things that have had a massive impact. But you're not here to hear from me about the BPO industry. I'm very glad to be joined by a set of industry experts with many, many years of experience and also practitioners that we can really dig a bit deeper into what's happening in the BPO space across this region. I'm going to try and put it into three main buckets. Firstly, giving yourself a bit of an overview of what's happening in the industry. Then we'll look a little bit more into technology use for process improvement, looking at AI and automation. Then we'll, of course, discuss talent, which is on the mind of many of the businesses, I'm sure, in this room, and also governments, as we've heard earlier. And then finally, also talking a little bit about investment promotion and business opportunities within this sector. So let's jump into things, and I think we need an overview to get us started. So, Fabian, I'm going to come to you first. What would you say have been some of the most defining changes in the BPO industry since the pandemic?
Thank you, Alex. Can you guys hear me well? Yeah. No, and thank you also for the bank for the invitation. I'm super happy to be here. I think in general, after the pandemic, a lot of the trends that we were seeing just accelerated. My perspective comes more from supporting North America out of Latin America. And definitely, before the pandemic, we were seeing a lot of interest in the nearshore trend because of the time zone proximity and the cultural affinity with the US market. Of course, the cost optimization was already something important that companies were considering. But definitely with the pandemic and with the remote workforce becoming the new norm, definitely we have seen a huge opening from C-level executives across all functions, from the functions that were more traditionally already being outsourced, such as maybe call center, customer service, and IT, but also for higher value functions such as finance and accounting, or revenue cycle management in healthcare, or financial services in fintech. That basically people started saying, okay, it's the same for me to have the employees in New York or in Miami than to have them in Bogota or San Jose, Costa Rica, or Mexico City. So definitely it just, the demand for nearshoring exploded, even though that it was already there. The other thing that we're seeing a lot, especially now with the economic uncertainty across the world, is that definitely the cost optimization has become an even bigger pain point for companies. At the same time, the shortages continue, even if unemployment is expected to go up when it comes to these type of services and digital transformation and IT. Definitely, there's still shortage of talent everywhere, including the US. So both the shortage of talent and the need to optimize cost is driving an even higher need to make a change. And at the same time, I think companies are realizing, and I think the panel from Globant and Google SAP was a great panel. Digital transformation is no longer a nice to have. I think everyone is doing some type of digital transformation in a way. But at the same time, companies, they cannot be experts at everything. They need to develop a partner ecosystem that can collaborate. And that's why we're seeing a big integration between the provision of services and the provision of talent, and the integration of those services with automation and digital transformation. Companies are definitely struggling on trying to do those changes on their own. So definitely, every client that we talk to that it's interested in BPO, it's at the same time asking us, how are you going to help me improve my processes? How are you going to bring automation? So, I think in a nutshell, those are some of the highlights that we're seeing.
Thank you, Fabiana. We've heard some key points there: talent, cost optimization, and digital transformation. We heard in the first panel today that that does not happen overnight. That's a long-term process. Anupam, let me bring you in here. Is that a fair characterization of what's happened in the BPO industry since the pandemic? And maybe more specifically on the talent point, given remote work, has the location of the talent you're using in your operations maybe become less important?
Yeah. So first of all, I want to acknowledge it's such a pleasure to be here. Jamaica is like second home to me. I've been coming here since 2007 when the industry here hardly had 7,000, 8,000 people. And we laid the roadmap along with JAMPRO to build a solid, high-scale, sustainable industry with 50,000 plus, and obviously Jamaica is there. Jamaica and Costa Rica I would consider as two role models who have very sustainably grown the industry, the services industry, focusing on the core talent and positioning, and using the investment promotion agency to enable that, along with, of course, all the ecosystem partners. To your point about location, right, and what changed during COVID, COVID actually really, on one hand, hyper-accelerated the services industry. On the other hand, it changed the fundamental dynamics. By that, what I mean is actually location almost became irrelevant. That doesn't mean that location is not important. All that means is today, with hybrid work, digital technologies, automation, and of course now, generative AI, location and costs are less significant than it used to be before. And that's because the future of work, how work gets done and where it gets done, has changed. So locations of the future who grow will have to take that into account when they train their people, when they build their facilities, when they build their policies, and how they position themselves within the digital services economy. So all of these elements, cost optimization, automation, AI, innovation, these all have to be bundled together. And it's not just going to be about, okay, we're the best location or the lowest cost location. So that's where the dynamics have shifted.
Thank you very much, Anupam. Now let's bring in some of the other panelists. Yoni, we've heard a little bit about the digitalization. We've heard about automation. You're obviously well known in the BPO space, both in Jamaica and across the many countries you operate in. I wonder whether you can just explore a little bit about the greatest business opportunities in the BPO sector from some of these developments we've just heard about.
Sure. When I look at what has taken place over the years and what the biggest benefits are of this industry and particularly our business is it comes back to our people, right? Technology has evolved. The evolution of technology has not just come up since November of last year. It is something that has continually evolving over the years. And we've seen where it has made people more efficient from a service delivery perspective, from a training perspective, from a recruitment perspective, from a data analytics perspective. But at the end of the day, and every market that we operate in today, it really comes back to our people and our team members. I know we have many of the ITEL team leaders and team members here today. Just want to acknowledge you. And it is you guys across all of the countries. You saw the video earlier. And I love when they play that video because that video really shows the diversity of the Caribbean and Latin American region, which is what we're really here talking about. Because I had individuals from here in Jamaica, from St. Lucia, from Guyana, and from Colombia and from Honduras, right? And that's really what this region is all about: is the diversity of the location, the diversity of the people, and the closeness to the largest market where business is coming from in North America.
Well, thank you very much for that, Yoni. Let's get a bit provocative in this conversation. I'm seeing Leslie at the end there with his smiling face. We've talked a lot about AI a little bit, or we've mentioned AI, we've mentioned automation. Yoni's just said that people are incredibly important. We heard the Prime Minister this morning saying, it's all well and good what AI can do, but you need the people to be able to operate it. You need those skills. Leslie, maybe you have a bit more of a provocative view. What do you think generative AI, maybe specifically, but also generally automation, will mean for the BPO sector? Is there a threat there?
So Alex, that's a terrific question, and Yoni, great points. I mean, I'm a Caribbean boy at heart, and by the end of this conversation, I'll probably be the least favorite Caribbean boy in the room. And I believe in our people, and I believe in the creativity of us here. but generative AI is actually, when you thought about AI a couple of years ago, AI was replacing typically low-level skills, the ability to make a decision about something, right? Yes or no. Generative AI is actually replacing creatives. So I was at a conference last week, and this lady was complaining to me that she's a perfumer. She makes perfumes, and AI is impacting her, much less like the typical roles that we do in the BPO services. So the front office stuff, in my opinion, is dead. It's gone. So Mariana earlier was talking about chatbots, for example. Chatbots are going to be smarter than us. They're going to be faster than us. They're not going to have bad days. And the face of BPO as we know it today will be significantly different in, I think, months from now.
Well, thank you, Leslie. Anupam, please come in.
Yeah, I'll be the disruptor on this panel, maybe even if we go off script a bit. So I agree and don't agree with what he said. I think this industry has to learn to work with AI. And there's a very specific example. There's companies working on those kinds of applications that will leverage generative AI within the contact center environment, within the software development environment, within managed services of infrastructure and data center, in all of those sectors to make the work of the agents, developers, the ops people more efficient, more high value added. By the way, I love the new slogan with Jamaica, Upsource. That's what we should be thinking about, not outsource, upsource, going up the value chain. And simply put, generative AI in real time can feed the agents information about the caller, not just about his demographics, which scripted stuff can already do, but real time, the conversation context, and feed the agent information on how to guide that conversation, either in resolving the problem or upselling something based on that conversation, because it's real-time intelligence, right? So it will, in many ways, change the services industry. It definitely will, and it may impact in the short term the demand for large-scale talent in certain sectors, but eventually it's going to actually hyper-accelerate this. And the companies that will succeed are the ones that leverage it, embed it within their services stack.
Let's stay on generative AI, because I saw some nodding from the other panelists. Fabiano, Yoni, do you want to come in here?
Well, you know, as Anand said, I agree and I disagree with you, right? There's a lot of hype. There's a lot of hype as to what it can do. There's a lot of hype of what it will do. But I still think that today, and from our perspective, by no means is it a threat. It's an opportunity, right? And that's where I agree and I disagree, right? There's situations where, and I just came back from sitting with one of our clients, and I sat on a panel yesterday with one of our top 10 clients. They're, you know, on the US stock exchange, about a $50 billion market cap. And they use chatbots, right? And we provide services in all disciplines of voice, email, and chat. And I feel that, you know, they use chatbots. They probably take about 20% of the chats. You know, it has its issues. It'll continue to learn, right? And probably eventually provide a better service. But at the end of the day, as to what Anand is saying, is you use these technologies to train your agents faster. Let's think about for our industry perspective. We have agents that sit in a classroom from 2 to 4 weeks. That drives a cost on our end, that drives a cost on the client's end, and that makes it that much more difficult and harder for someone to actually get into the job. So if we were to take AI and use that to train somebody in 5 days, let's say, right? Because they have that system, they can go on, the AI is in their ear or on their screen, it's helping them to move through the knowledge system. You're now supporting their customers faster. You're able to generate revenue faster. You're able to reduce your costs. You're more efficient. The customer is happy. So I take the point of view that while AI will continue to learn, I don't see AI as a threat. I see it as an opportunity to bolster our operations and to bolster the needs of our clients. And at the end of the day, they're customers. Because if our clients don't have customers, we don't have a business. And that's when AI takes over the purchasing power of the customer, then I'll start to be afraid.
And you know, I think I couldn't agree more. what we're seeing is, and we're of course big proponents of intelligent automation, we're doing very sophisticated things, combining RPA and robots that we have been doing for over 5 years now with generative AI, and really combining RPA with ChatGPT to even make more human responses to the things that we were already doing with robots. But the reality is that it's starting with the essence of understanding business processes and what you're trying to do with the technology, right? Like that takes humans to come up with the why and the solution. Like for example, in our intelligent automation practice, there's different skills, and typically the RPA development skills or the RPA developers struggle to really understand the essence of what the client is trying to get out of the technology. So the soft skills and the business analysis skills and the architecture skills are still so important to making sure that you are designing the right automation. And of course, we're trying to achieve as much end-to-end automation, but the reality is that end-to-end automation in a full department, it's honestly like almost impossible. And you know, we have this funny story. One of the clients that we are, you know, recently helping with this testing of generative AI, because, you know, to be completely honest, it's still very early. We're struggling a little bit with the go-live production of the robot and the results that they were expecting. So I was actually joking with Leslie, like, tell a robot to have a conversation with the customer on why the chatbot is not working as they expect, right? Like, I think at the end, we are a people business, people buy from people, and especially in the services sector, I think clients appreciate you know, the communication, the soft skills, the flexibility, even more than, of course, the technology. So I think both things are going to continue working really closely together. And also, different companies are at different levels of maturity, right? Like we have companies that may be already embarking generative AI, but then we have companies that haven't even done the basics. So I think what's going to keep happening is some are going to continue evolving faster, and the movement of headcount is going to happen faster. But then the next company is going to come, the next client is going to come, and we're going to have to go through the whole cycle again. So.
I'm just going to give Leslie a chance to respond, because clearly most of the panel disagree with you to some extent. Leslie, what would you say to that?
So great points, and I'm not going to discount the need for soft skills. We all need to be better human beings, but for example, I have a very low emotional intelligence, and when someone told me that, I told him I didn't care, but that's okay. But I've now trained my AI to be emotionally intelligent. So when I respond to emails, right, it generates 80% of it. It's nurturing, it's caring, it's helpful. When my default manner, my DNA, doesn't allow me to be those things. So I agree, like absolutely to be a better human being. But AI is now being able to detect that and replicate it in language, and soon to be in voice. So it's really a difficult space. I agree in terms of it could be a threat, but I think it's also absolutely an opportunity. And I'm not just talking about this stuff, guys. So what happened during COVID is we went into lockdown, and I had massive performance problems on my team. So everybody, performance just dipped off. So I had a couple choices at that point in time. Do I get rid of everybody? Do I sack everybody? Do I beat people into submission? Or do I find better, faster ways for them to work? So when we went on lockdown, I started to develop little AI that would just do one task, just one simple task. And you could think about any examples all over the place where AI does one simple task. But at the same time, as an organization, we were growing up and we were starting to build out our processes. Now that we had our processes and we had our tasks, I started to connect all of my tasks together automatically. And I have now fully autonomous processes. Now, if you think about a performance coach, if you speak to a performance coach, what do they tell you to do? Take 3 or 5 to 8 tasks every single day, allocate 1 hour. So typically, a knowledge worker does 9,600 tasks by the end of the day. My robots do 10,000 tasks per day. I've added 365 people to my staff without an extra dollar on payroll. I have robots that create robots now. I'm scared, guys. I'm scared. I was at a conference last week, and I was super excited. There's a professor of medicine at Yale, and I'd love to get my boys to do medicine at Yale. And then I stopped, and I said, doctors are going to be automated. I'll probably send him to be a plumber because he's going to make more money plumbing. Because you can't automate plumbers just yet.
Well, thanks, Leslie. I just wanted to give you a chance to respond, given that we had some debate going on
You
there.
can have this debate going back and forth all
Yeah,
afternoon.
absolutely. I know we're about halfway through, and we could spend the next 25 minutes just talking about this. But let's move on maybe to speak more specifically about investment promotion within this sector. And Anupam, let me come to you here. And I suppose, more broadly actually, about competitiveness in the industry. What would you say are some of the most critical actions that industry stakeholders in this region can take to ensure they remain competitive in this industry? We've heard about the potential from generative AI. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, so all of what we've talked about feeds into that question, or the response to that question, which is, first of all, the basic reason for outsourcing is that enterprises either don't have the skills to do that task themselves, or it's too expensive for them to do it, or it's non-core. They don't want to do it because it's non-core to their business. Those are the three major reasons why companies outsource. And as a destination that's trying to promote services, that's what you need to target. Now, technology and the disruption caused by it is not new. We've seen this story before. We had IVRs, and they said, oh, contact center industry is going to be wiped out. Guess what? It actually grew. 5 years ago, I was speaking at another one of these conferences when RPA was the case. And again, the same fear. RPA is going to take away the jobs, contact centers will go away, agents will be obsolete. It's grown by over 50%, the industry, globally, and specifically here in the region, it's even grown by more than 50%. Since those 5 years ago. So the fact is that as locations look to develop the investment promotion strategies to become that hub for services, they have to show how, A, they can provide the right talent. Talent is number one. The quality of the talent, the depth of the talent, attrition rates locally, also how they align that talent to the markets that they're serving, or the sectors or the industries that they're serving. Then they have to look at the business ecosystem, which is how conducive is it to do business. And I was really happy to hear Minister Hill talk about cybersecurity being a big focus, because if you ask me, that is the biggest threat to this industry. It's not automation or AI, it's cybersecurity. Because if you have a major breach, your business and your confidence in your customers can be wiped out. So for a country to promote, they have to provide ironclad cybersecurity provisions, data privacy laws, and so on and so forth. Yeah, and third is really about recognizing that, yes, there's a lot of competition. You know, we talked about Jamaica, Costa Rica, and a few others, but there's, just in this region, 30+ countries vying for almost the same pie, right? So specialization, differentiation, pick your strengths and focus on that. At the same time, factor in what your local population and their aspirations and their talent aligns with. So align your sector development plans and your talent development plans to that. And every location may have a different set of differentiators, so focus on that. There's no one magic one. But those are the three factors I would recommend.
Well, thank you very much for that, Anupam. Johnny, I want to bring you in here. Talent was mentioned as a critical point. How do you effectively scale talent then as a country? I know you're operating in 7 countries across the region, I believe. So I guess, how can you effectively scale that talent? Are there any maybe case studies or points you want to share from some of the markets you're operating in?
Well, you know, scaling talent, I think, is obviously necessary, not only in our industry, but in many other industries in the countries we operate in. But I really think the model that should be followed is one of which we've seen here in Jamaica, right? And in particularly, you know, the global services sector project that is the, you know, the 15 million US that the government borrowed from the IDB to upskill and continue to develop this industry, as well as we say, upskill, you know, the technology industry, the animation industry, the knowledge services with, you know, legal services and finance and accounting and HR outsourcing. Those are the areas, and kind of the project, I would say, is one that's been very successful for Jamaica, right? When you look at the development of this industry, one of our shortcomings has been the development of middle and upper management, right? The industry has scaled so fast that you've pushed people into roles without supporting them and giving them the development needs necessary to be successful in those roles. And everybody wants to see and understand what that career progression is for them. Nobody wants to, necessarily be a frontline agent for their entire career. So this project has worked amongst all of the BPO sector and worked with an accreditation program through the GSS Council to put them through an 18-month program to bring them up to the next level. And we've seen a lot of graduates come out of that. You also have to continue to feed the pipeline of the foundational agents, which, that sector program has worked with Hart and the rest of the operators in Jamaica to continue to fulfill that funnel, because there's a constant need. And then thereafter is looking at, the software development skills, because that's where I think, from the perspective of whether it be software development, through machine learning, through artificial intelligence, through analytics, that's another shortcoming that we have in Jamaica. Whereas if we can continue to grow that, we'll see the current mix of business being 70% customer care and 30% knowledge services, growing that to 40-45%, and really seeing our industry, catapult to the next level. And we've had discussions. I see and hear this happening in Guatemala. I see it starting to happen in Honduras, where we are. There's been discussions about how to do this in Guyana, as well as in St. Lucia and other areas, because I think that is how we can continue to develop the entire region, is following that model, because it's been hugely successful here in Jamaica.
Thank you very much for that, Yoni. Fabianos.
Yeah, I had a couple of comments to add. I think, in general, one of the things that we should all be more open in the region is the collaboration between countries, right? Like, I feel that I have seen a lot in the last couple of years, the relationship between the trade promotion agencies changing to be much more open. Like, for example, in our case, right, like, we opened our first nearshore center in Colombia back in 2009, 2010, and then more recently in Colombia 2 years ago. Sorry, Costa Rica, then Colombia. And part of our challenge has been, okay, Colombia is a great proven success with shared services that are captive, but how do we get our customers to trust us to put their operations in Colombia instead of Costa Rica? A lot of the value has been proving that the maturity of our management and mid-level management and shared services maturity of our people in Costa Rica, it's actually setting up also the operations and bringing those best practices into Colombia. And I think, for example, countries like Jamaica that are trying to scale in their higher value services, collaborating with other sectors that have more experience in those areas could be a great way. Because at the end, actually, for us and for Costa Rica has actually been positive. We have been able to close more business now that we have a hybrid solution with both markets. They kind of like the sophistication of one country with the scale and talent of the other country and cross-pollinating both together. So I think that's one thing that I would take from the discussion. And then definitely English continues to be a key area that every country needs to focus. Thankfully, that's not, the case of Jamaica, but Colombia, Mexico, Panama, like, really to scale the sizes of the opportunities, I think that continues to be a big area of opportunity.
I think that's an interesting point, the distributed workforce using the remote model across the region. And I guess that comes back to what you said right at the start of the conversation about not that locations are relevant, but it's become less important. I wonder, do you want to build on Fabiana's points at all?
Yeah, I do. And again, we talked about, I think Anand talked about hybrid work in this previous session, right? And again, that's changed the game. And it is connected with everything. So when our clients are looking for delivery centers in the region or for outsourcing companies in the region, they want to know, okay, how easy is it to do hybrid work in that particular geography, right? And that's because globally they have those policies and they want to make sure it's similar in other locations. And also we never know when there might be another crisis. So they don't want to be locked into a location that because of maybe data security issues or regulatory issues, they can't get the work done from home when the need is there. So that is very, very important, and it's changing the way, again, that services are being delivered, and again, locations making sure that they will enable it, or if there's another disruption, they can seamlessly move the work to remote as needed.
Yoni, any points? Do you agree with that in the sense of using that distributed hybrid model across the countries you're operating in?
Yeah, I mean, it's effectively what we've established, but through the pandemic, we were obviously predominantly at home. Now we have kind of switched that somewhat and back into about, 10 to 15% work at home, with the majority in the office. We feel that there is a place for it. We feel that there is certainly a benefit to it. When you look at evening shifts, late night shifts, overnight shifts, there's a benefit there. But at the end of the day, when you look at the age group that you're employing, the ability to have them in center, not only for metrics and management, but for the training and the collaboration and the unity of a team, and for multiple other reasons with consistency of utilities and telecommunications, that distributed model works best, very hybrid in a sense of kind of the 70-30, 85-15, that type of realm.
Leslie, I want to come to you. We mentioned RPA earlier in our discussion, but didn't really double click and focus a little bit on that. I suppose building on the discussion we've had about talent, is there an effective way of how you train people to use RPA effectively? What would you say about training those essential skills in using those automation technologies?
So RPA is still fairly heavy in terms of like coding skills, programming skills. I'm not going to use the C word again. A couple of people have used it, ChatGPT. But now that is even coding for you, right? So even that barrier to entry to RPA is going to shrink. The other thing is what RPA will eventually be when you look at AI is you give it an input, you give it an output, and it will produce the workflow eventually. So that barrier to get in there will be completely different. But I wanted to double back and touch on something. So I really applaud the event here, and it's great to see, I consider Latin Americans my brothers and sisters as well. We live the same way, we live the same lives. We just have a slight difference in language barrier. But and everything is relative in life, right? So I was in China a couple of years ago before the whole world went on lockdown. And I was, the guy, my tour guide was asking me about what we do, right? So I said, I do a little bit of AI. He's like, oh, China's getting serious about AI. I was like, well, what does serious mean? He's like, we're building a city. We're building a whole city for AI. And a city in China is 10 million people, 30 million people. When they have a problem, they throw thousands of PhDs behind the problem. So we have loans, we have initiatives, we have collaboration, because the bigger picture is, guys, we have to play on a global scale.
Thank you very much for touching on that. Fabiana, what about RPA and using that in operations? How do you effectively skill up the workforce to use it? And I mean, you talked about the issue of having the skills to actually manage the processes, the migration to the outsourcing services. Can you talk a little bit to that?
Yeah. So in the case of RPA, definitely we're seeing a huge adoption, but at the end, the big issue is that the majority of the companies are not scaling their RPA and intelligent automation programs, right? So I think we were talking a little bit about, okay, what does it take to successfully scale RPA? I think definitely starting with the end goal in mind, like what are you really trying to accomplish? Have a more open view of the business case of automation beyond cost savings. I think, Johnny was talking a little bit about how this is going to help you get better customer satisfaction, improve your revenue cycle. There's a lot of intangible, not related to cost savings benefits that I think a lot of companies are not necessarily incorporating in the business case. So I think that's huge, the why. Then I think in general, really seeing RPA not as a point solution, but as a technology that you can implement broadly and really have a good approach in terms of assessing, identifying, prioritizing, and quantifying the impact of RPA to really make it a multi-year program. Because as we were saying, it's always evolving. You're never going to be done with your automation program. So making sure that you are not starting as aggressive, but at the same time, you're also having a multi-year plan. It's a key portion for it. And I think at the end it's also an education to customers. I feel that a lot of our customers are saying, yes, I want automation from you guys, but we end up doing the lift and shift, and we start pushing for why haven't we, because at the end, as a BPO provider, you can just do what you can do. From a security perspective, if your clients don't allow you to start implementing robots, there's so much you can do. So I think there's also more openness from the clients to trust their providers to really being a more strategic partner. But of course, in order to get the trust, you need to actually have the capabilities. So I think that's another thing, everyone needs to get very honest in terms of what their true capabilities are and the integration of services with automation.
Thank you very much for that. So we've touched on generative AI, TIC, RPA, TIC, some of the biggest technologies that are transformative for the industry. And obviously talked a lot about what's happening in the Latin American Caribbean region, but equally, as the panel shows, ever evolving, what's happening in other parts of the world is also something we need to take heed of. And I wonder, Anupam, to you, what should the region be looking at in terms of what's happening in the BPO sector in other parts of the world? Are there developments there that they can learn maybe something from that, or maybe there's something being done here that's particularly special?
So first of all, after COVID, nearshoring, which earlier used to be, okay, why nearshore? We had to make a business case to clients. Now it's mainstream. Nearshoring is no longer an option. They just have to figure out where and what kind of process to do in that nearshore location. So I think the nearshore regions have certainly grown and capitalized on the opportunities, but there's a lot going on globally, and that's related to all of what we talked about. One is technology, use of platforms. All of this, of course, means that you're decoupling the human component from the actual task being performed, which in turn drives more efficiencies, optimization, lower costs, lower errors, and so on and so forth. But I think the point that many of the BPOs and locations this region can take from other larger locations like India and Philippines is that there's a lot of verticalization happening in the BPO sector, meaning, again, as you gain some maturity in your business, you have to specialize in certain industries and then double down on that in terms of building, custom workflows, hiring talent that understands the value chain in each of those industries. The big growth industries right now are healthcare, financial services, insurance, manufacturing. So look at some of those sectors and see, where your services could be best aligned. The other thing that I think the global BPO industry is seeing is that in terms of the pricing models, where they're shifting from traditional transactional or FTE to more of an outcome-linked pricing model. And that's where you're taking on some of the risks. Now again, that's not practical for smaller companies, but as you mature and grow, you should be able to offer these more innovative outcome-linked or gain share-based pricing models. And those are some of the ways you can differentiate and continue to grow the market share for yourself.
Thank you for that, Anupam. Yoni, what about you? What are you looking at in other parts of the world? We heard about India and Philippines, two major BPO markets. Is there anything that stands out to you that this region can learn from there?
Well, so I think, Anupam made on a great point at the end of being outcome-based, right? We've seen evolution of industry really starting in India and Philippines coming into play. The pandemic really changed a lot of that with how they treated lockdown. South Africa has come into play as a low-cost destination, and then you have the continued evolution of the nearshore market. But, what we need to look and understand is instead of taking stock on what others are doing, is trying to understand the root problem. If you look at North America, wages have gone up significantly without minimum wage going up. They're continuing to have hundreds of thousands of jobs added every single quarter, or every month rather. And what's that driving is a downward pressure to be able to support customers, and companies continue to look at the nearshore and other regions as a way to support that. And as we continue to grow, I think we should look at that outcome-based support very, very, very hard, right? Right now we're very competitive. This company is offering X to hire employees, and then this company is driving up the price to more to get employees to come and work for you, and this is what this country is doing with incentives to try and drive investment here. I think if we took a step forward and kind of became the leader of it and said, look, we need to kind of go back to where we were. You know, when we first started the business, you know, 60% of wages were outcome-based. And that kind of flipped on the head because of the demand. And I think now, as we look back, and what I say is really a productivity issue, is because there's so much demand for the job, we're doing whatever it takes to get people to want to come and work for you. If we flip that coin again and kind of lead that process, that it's all about outcome. It's all about coming to work. It's all about being productive at work. It's all about surpassing your client KPIs. More demand will come to you, and more demand will stick to you. More employees will want to stay working for you, and you've kind of switched your model from just being on that hamster wheel to focusing on retention and really developing that career path and upskilling them and taking them to the next level.
Thank you. And if you ever wanted to hear an intervention that summarized the title of this panel, Ever Evolving, that is just that. As you say, starting outcome-based, flipping, and then do we need to flip that back? Leslie, I just want to bring you in here. We've heard about verticalization, specialization to specific industries, changing models. Do you have any reflections on what's happening in the global BPO industry and what this region should be focusing on?
Sure. So everything, I agree with everything that you guys said earlier. I know you can tell by now I'm very passionate about the Caribbean. And the jokes, right? So growing up, you put a Jamaican, an American, and a British guy, sorry Alex, in a room, and you know who comes out on top, right? And it's the same shot, and that's because of this one thing oozing in this entire territory, and that's creativity. And creativity is the pillar for innovation, is the pillar for great decision making. And if we're able to tap into that creativity ultimately, I think we could give them a good fight.
Thank you very much. So we're pretty much coming towards the end of our time. I've been told to save us a couple of minutes as we're running a bit behind. So I'm just going to go along the panel and ask for 2 quick sentences. Let's throw it forward. What should we be looking out for in the BPO industry in the Latin American Caribbean region over the next 10 years? Anupam?
Change the mindset from being a people-centric to more of a customer-centric industry, which means even the terminology that we use, BPO, is going away because clients now call their operations digital operations, not business processes, right? Because everything is getting digitalized. So digital process services or something, right? So it's shifting the mindset away from this is a people-centric to this is a combination of people, technology, and process knowledge, which includes the industry knowledge. That's what I would recommend as the major shift that needs to happen to go up that value chain and scale this industry to the next level.
Thank you, Anupam. Fabiana?
Yeah, no, I would say definitely, I think the region is going to continue experiencing tremendous growth. I think the opportunities are there for everyone, you know, from the provider side. I think we just need to be ready to absorb the opportunities and, you know, meet the expectations of our customers. And I think that at the end, Latin America, it's never going to be the lowest cost play ever. I think if we want to go that way, we're never going to compete towards Asia. So I think understanding that customers are coming to nearshore because of the higher quality and the flexibility and all of those factors are going to be important to put in, you know, stronger solutions and more, you know, cohesive solutions with analytics and outcome-based performance.
Fantastic. And Yoni?
So just in closing, I want to congratulate JAMPRO and thank the IDB for putting on this conference. It's the first time in a Caribbean nation, right? So that's huge. That's a big deal. And on Sunday, ITEL is 11 years old, and thank you. You know, we have been a business that is a relationship business driven by people and powered by technology. And I think if we keep along that same path, this region will continue to grow and the sky is the limit.
Thank you, Yoni. And last, please, Leslie.
Yoni, they say self-praise is no praise, so I'll help you out here. I want to congratulate Yoni for building a brilliant Caribbean business. I think he's done a phenomenal job, guys. 11 years is amazing. In terms of my outlook, I believe we live in a very different world than we live in 6 months ago. And we need to rethink everything. We need to rethink about the value that we bring to the world. We need to rethink about the outcomes that we deliver. And if we do that, and we embrace change, and it's tough, then I think we'll be way better off it. Thank you, guys.
Well, thank you very much to our panel who've given us a suite of insights. I've got lots of amazing notes here that has given me food for thought for things I can write about this industry. Again, a massive thanks to the IDB and JAMPRO for hosting this wonderful event. And thank you very much. Back to the MC.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you. We're going to allow the photos to be taken in the media lounge. Yes, we're going to actually ask all of our speakers, moderators to head to the media lounge. Thank you. Another round of applause for that particular conversation. Alex did such a great job keeping everything on track. And just take a look at this video that will give you a great wrap-up of what we just discussed.
What's going on inside the business process outsourcing industry? It is estimated that 30% of the BPO traditional services workforce will be replaced by AI and robotic process automation. It's a challenge, but it also represents lots of new possibilities for Latin America and the Caribbean. Advancements in digitization and telemedicine, for example, can offer major opportunities in the healthcare segment. To unlock its full potential, LAC needs to upskill talent, improving English proficiency, technical expertise, and soft skills, expand the speed and reliability of the technology infrastructure, and reinforce data security. Let's take advantage of digital opportunities to expand globally.
Takeaways from the conversation that was just had. Number one, cooperation between countries is absolutely paramount, which means we need to be open to partnership. And if we are thinking about scaling, we can't do it alone. Again, there's an African proverb that says, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. We heard another person say that infrastructure, upskilling, progression, it has to be people-centric, driven by programs, graduates, but also ensuring that your managers have mentorship built in them. Language adaptation, it can't just be about skills and infrastructure, but where does language play a part in ensuring that you can scale and actually get into other spaces globally? And I think it was Leslie who really emphasized this point. If we're going to talk about technology and AI and leveraging and playing on a very big global stage, then we simply cannot dibble and dabble. We have to rethink everything that we do, processes, technology, people. We must do it, and we must embrace change. So I want to thank all of our panelists again. So now we move into our first Future Flash session of the program with Rahul Dodhia, Deputy Director, AI for Good Research Lab, Microsoft, who will speak about unleashing the power of AI, transforming our world for the better. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Rahul.
Well, it's a pleasure to be here, and I actually do have a presentation to show you. It'll come up here soon. In the meanwhile, I'll introduce myself, Rahul Dodhia. I run a research lab at Microsoft, an AI research lab. We call ourselves the AI for Good, to distinguish it from all the AI for Bad labs out there. But I promise you, we'll delve into AI. I only have 15 minutes. I know that some of you have heard about AI lately, but I'll tell you a little bit more, as much as we can go. So AI, it's a rapidly changing world, and AI is a technology that I would put on par with electricity in driving economies. In the 19th century, 18th, 19th century, we had steam. Then we had electricity in the 20th century. In the 21st century, we have AI, and it's no exaggeration. And with AI, we have an era of opportunity. It unlocks so much potential. There is so much innovation and growth that can happen. It's going to be worth trillions of dollars. It's going to change industries from healthcare and finance to agriculture and entertainment and others. But with this, what we have is anxiety as well. Like, what about, with all this technology that we're getting, we also worry about the surveillance society. What happens to privacy? What happens to security? What happens to the people who might get left behind? And these kinds of anxieties are exacerbated by tech sometimes. So tech will solve some issues, like well, it wouldn't solve climate change, but it will have some solutions for climate change. But it also amplifies others. So take jobs, take things like, we've been talking about, a lot of people here have talked about, am I going to lose my job, etc. And it's not helped by people like Bill Gates and Elon Musk, who say that AI is coming over to take your job, or AI is going to start the next world war. Well, maybe, I'm not saying it won't, but it's not as dire as that. There are some things that AI can do really well. It can help identify new solutions to the problems we already have. So one thing that we can't deny is that AI will be the driver of the 21st century economy. We really strongly believe that. So much so that my boss, a CEO of a $2 trillion company, is betting the entire future of the company on AI. AI is not just for the big companies, it's for startups, it's for established entrepreneurs, and it has a number of fields it can help you in. So, for example, urban planning and development. I'll show you a case study of urban planning and development where AI is really useful. We do agriculture, analyze land cover for agriculture. We also remove barriers for startups. Like, startups have to go through a lot to get off the ground. But you've heard about customer service. You can have 24/7 customer service. But even more important, you can have personalization. With AI, you can have personalized products, personalized marketing, personalized strategy for your customers. Renewables, it will really fast-track renewables, and I'll show you another example later on of how that can happen. And then medicine. So this is where AI for good really comes in. It's going to be much easier to do diagnosis. Radiology and pathology, those are really great partners for AI. And why are they great partners for AI? Well, because of the technologies we have right now. So there's a lot in AI, but I'm going to focus on a few things. The AI technologies that are coming up. In language, large language models, ChatGPT, it really took everyone by surprise. It really did. No one was thinking about language, but suddenly governments have to start thinking about it. The AI Act in Europe, a law of regulating AI, had not considered it, and now they have to go back to the drawing table and start thinking about it. In vision, well, people are used to AI in vision. You can identify things. If you have a lesion on your arm, an AI can tell you if that's skin cancer or not. If you have a picture of an animal, it can tell you what kind of insect or spider that is. But one thing that I haven't seen much is geospatial images. You have satellite images that are ubiquitous now, and you can use them for so many things. And that's the part I want to talk about today. There's also audio, synthetic speech. I don't think we'll have time to go into that today, but we'll see. So diving into an example about geospatial images. Now, the war in Syria, the civil war in Syria has created a huge amount of refugees who are going into Jordan, in Amman, Jordan. There's been a 30% increase since 10 years ago. And the city is facing severe challenges in maintaining and providing infrastructure in public spaces. All these refugees come in, but they don't have data to see where these refugees are going. What's available is satellite data. So with the World Bank, we got satellite images of Amman, Jordan. From the satellite images, you have a top-down view of the city, and maybe it's at a little angle, but you get a top-down view. And what do we do with that satellite image? We look for building rooftops. From the rooftop of a building, you can tell what kind of people are living there, what kind of construction it is. Planned construction looks very different from ad hoc refugee construction. We were able to tell city planners in Amman, Jordan, these areas, like at a block level, at a building level, this is where the influx of immigrants have started building their own ad hoc buildings. Now, satellite images aren't all that you need. So we had World Bank employees drive around Amman, take photographs, and make sure that what we're telling them with the satellite images in a few places was correct. That's how we made sure that the satellite imagery AI was actually reliable. This kind of technology, not just Amman, Jordan, all over the world. We are using it everywhere now. And I want to tell you about the Global Renewables Watch. This is another thing that my lab has developed where you can use satellite images in partnership, well, let's see, in partnership with Planet Labs. Planet Labs provides satellite images. They map the entire world with their satellites once a day. And the Nature Conservancy is very interested in the land use where this solar energy is being used. Oops, sorry. So the Global Renewables Watch is an effort by my lab. We're mapping the entire world, and we're using satellite images to spy on countries. It's not as bad as it sounds. We're using satellite images to see where everyone has wind farms. You want to see where everyone has solar farms. So it's actually really difficult to figure out if something you see in a satellite image, is that a solar farm, or is that just a building, or is it just a field? But the AI is pretty good at figuring out what's a solar farm, etc. And so for each country, and when we release this later this year, this was released at the UN last year. When we release it, we'll have every country, and at the province, state level, you can go in and you'll see that, you'll see I have Germany as an example. The blue dots are wind farms, the orange dots are solar farms. And we can figure out exactly what the capacity is for those renewable sources. And more than that, we can tell you how it's changed over time because we have historical satellite imagery. And, oops. And the most important part is this. Yeah, you know, building renewable resources sounds great, but it comes at a cost. It comes at a cost of agricultural land. Somehow, the best places to put these farms happens to be agricultural land. And in Germany, you can see that this is cropland. Most of the renewable energy resources in Germany, at least, were built on land that could be used for crops. So there's this trade-off. What do you do about it? Well, this is where officials, policymakers, they can decide where they want to put these renewable resources or what kind of trade-offs they want to make. Now, imagine being able to do this for the whole world. It really changes the way we approach agriculture and renewable resources. And I want to give you a third example here, which is AI is going to take away some jobs, but it's also going to change them. You'll need new skills. And there are some skills that only AI can do. This example, I really like this example. So diabetic retinopathy is a disease. It's the leading cause of vision loss. 451 million people have diabetes, and 1/3 of them, 150 million, will develop diabetic retinopathy if they're not treated. If it's treated, it's completely preventable. But the thing is, in the world, there are only 200,000 people who can diagnose this. You have to go into their office, usually in a city, sit down in front of a really big, expensive camera, and they'll diagnose you. Instead, with AI, you can send people to where they are, in the rural areas, wherever they are. They'll take an image of your eye with their cell phone, and they'll tell you if you need treatment or not. So this is not something you can solve with people easily. It's something you can solve with AI very easily. I'm going to skip this in the interest of time and move on to the next thing, ChatGPT, large language models. You've heard of ChatGPT. It's been mentioned a few times here. It was really driven by the early days when search engines, Bing and Google, they wanted to compete. Each extra second counted for them. And so they were developed basically auto-suggest features. And I show this example here, why Uruguay. When you type why Uruguay, it tries to complete it like based on what it thinks you want to say. So why Uruguay has 4 stars, why Uruguay was out of the World Cup, why Uruguay is the best country. I'm sorry, rest of the world, Uruguay is the best country. And I have to say that my boss is from Uruguay. So this is how it was developed, but then it became a thing, natural language understanding. And out of that, we wanted to help people, increase their typing speed. But then people said, wait, we can do much more. We can predict what people are going to type or what ideas they have. And that's where the ChatGPT phenomenon happened. And as you've played with it, I'm sure most of you, if not all of you, have played with it, it can do an amazing job. In fact, we tested it, and we tested it on some answers for diagnosis, for doctors, for bedside manner. And what we found was that ChatGPT or chatbot was usually more accurate, and the quality of the answers was better than the doctors. And before you ask, no, we didn't choose bad doctors. This was a random selection of doctors from everywhere. And the bedside manner, on the right-hand side, the bedside manner of the chatbot was also better, like it couched answers in terms that were empathetic, more so than the doctors would. And then, but beware of this, right? There's a lot of work to do. Don't go and use ChatGPT. It's like having a friend who is very smart, but has no compunction about lying to you all the time. So there's a lot of work to be done in the ChatGPT world. I'm running out of time, but I did want to show you a very quick video of how we're putting together I'll end with this. How do you succeed with AI? AI skills. So the types of AI skills we need are very different. You don't need to learn coding. You don't need to learn how to do all the heavy tech stuff that we used to do. The skills we needed for AI 3 years ago are very different from the skills we need now, which will be very different from the skills we'll need 3 years from now. The most important thing, before you even go the AI route, is the access to data. If AI is the energy, I mean, data is the lifeblood. Without data, you don't have AI. So, thank you very much. That's the message I want to leave you with. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for Senor Rahul. I found that to be very fascinating, and I know it was not easy for him to compact and compress everything in such a short presentation. Show of hands, how many of us have ever used ChatGPT? All right, hands down. How many of us have ever done a task that our boss has given us using ChatGPT? How many of us as parents have ever utilized ChatGPT to help our children do their homework? No judgment. The hands got lesser and lesser. It's lesser. I think very responsible parents, such as myself, use our resourcefulness with the time that we have to utilize the tools to increase our children's productivity. What I found interesting about his particular presentation was that even though we're speaking about ChatGPT and all of these things, AI is so much bigger. Used across so many industries, from agriculture, health, education, infrastructure, planning, disaster preparedness. So even in the conversations around AI, please let us not limit it to just language and ChatGPT. We just want to remind you that tomorrow we have a special event in store for you. We are delighted to announce that IDB President Elan Goldfein will be joining us for an exclusive keynote session. And as the host and moderator for the session, I'm truly honored to have the opportunity to sit with him on our stage. So get ready for an extraordinary moment. So mark your calendars, set your alarms, because this captivating session will take place promptly at 11 o'clock. And it's an opportunity that you simply cannot afford to miss. So please ensure that you are here for that highly anticipated keynote. So we just saw our Future Flash 1, unleashing the power of AI, transforming our world for the better. We now have on the agenda the third plenary session on exporting fun, the untapped potential of Latin American and Caribbean video game studios. I hasten to say that we might have persons on the panel delivering in Spanish. Therefore, for those of us who speak English, please get your audio phones outside. Your channel for your translation will be channel 1. But before we get into that, let us have a look at this IDB video.
Can we play the gaming industry like pros? The video game market is booming worldwide, and LAC has the opportunity to become a major player in this industry. Its vibrant culture and talented developers, combined with the rise of mobile gaming and streaming platforms, are already giving gaming a boost. But to unlock its full potential, we need to expand high-speed internet access and improve cloud computing infrastructure. Let's take advantage of digital opportunities to expand globally.
Of Altered Ventures, US and Mexico. He is accompanied by the esteemed panelists. Please put your hands together as we welcome our moderator. And he is accompanied by the esteemed panelists. We have Martin Spinetto, founder and CEO, Widow Games, Argentina. Fernando Contreras, is that Stange? Stange? Good. Co-founder and head of studio, Gamaga Congregate Studio, Chile. Juan de Urraza, CEO and founder, Posibilian Tech, Paraguay. And we have Gaston Pendradi, founder, Golden Dog Interactive, Uruguay. So I'm going to hand it over to our very esteemed moderator. And again, this is Exporting Fun, the untapped potential of Latin America and Caribbean video game studios. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Can you guys hear me okay here? Well, as you were told, and thank you for the heads up there on the Spanish speaking, this panel is going to be delivered in Spanish. This panel is going to be delivered in Spanish with all my fellow game developers here. It is an honor to be here again. I have to say that this is my third Outsource2lac event, so I'm delighted to be here with you. Thank you, Esperanza, and all the team for the invitation. We are very, very happy to be here. I am a Mexican based in Silicon Valley since 14 years ago, and I've been working in video games for the last 25 years. For the last 25 years, I have seen the video game industry grow and growth in a massive scale. And this event is about digital transformation, it's about digital services, it's about how to empower your different kind of businesses with disrupting technologies. I have to say first that the gaming industry has been disrupting the world since almost 40 years now. So if you're not yet taking seriously the gaming industry, let me give you very rapidly, before we go and introduce my partners here in the panel, some very, very quick numbers that I want to share with you in a very, very fast way. I don't know if you know this, but the gaming industry is an industry that is current valued, this is 2022 numbers, in $200 billion. This is about 2.5 times the music and the film industry put together. Number two, it is expected, and these are numbers from the PricewaterhouseCoopers Global and Entertainment Media Outlook study, it is expected that the gaming industry is going to value about $321 billion by 2026. If you put the indirect services, outsourcing, and content, gaming content value to this number, by 2026, the number is going to be near $500 billion. I don't know if you know this, but there are close to 3.2 billion gamers in the world. Almost 50% of the population on Earth is playing in some way a video game right now. The average age of the gamer, 39 years old, between 35 and 39 years old. Half of them are women. I don't know if you know this, but there are more women 18 years old and plus playing video games in comparison to boys or men's 18 years old and younger. So there are more adult women playing video games right now. I could continue with some numbers and statistics about why the video game industry is worth paying attention to, but I think that no one better than several of the best, and I'm not saying this because they are here, but several of the best gaming developers that I have known in my 25-year-old history in the video game industry, not only in Latin America, but in all the world. We're going to go very rapidly with a quick introduction, and we're going to start. You're going to see that this panel is a little bit unstructured. It is intended to. So we're going to switch to Spanish and start a conversation on several themes that I'm pretty sure are going to pique your interest. ¿Ok? Bienvenidos, bienvenidas. Vamos a comenzar, mi querido Martín.
Bueno, muchas gracias, Mario. Un placer estar aquí. Como comentaba, mi nombre es Martín Espineto. Soy el CEO y fundador de Widow Games, una desarrolladora basada en Buenos Aires con oficinas también en Latinoamérica. Y también soy el fundador de, hace un año y medio, Gamevolution, que es una blockchain incubator.
Which is an incubator for video games. So we have as a vision to help gaming enterprises all over the world to use the blockchain technology, and also we are playing with AI in our video games as well. Fern, good afternoon to everybody. I'm Fernanda Contreras. I am co-founder of the Gamaga Enterprise in Chile, and now proudly part of the international enterprise, Conjugi. Our philosophy is to develop games that should reach every single gamer in the world, and also to be able to support the developers of these games to start in this market, and for them to be able to have access to different platforms where they can publish their games. We were one of the first enterprises creating industries in Chile. It is one of the great reasons for pride to feel proud of, especially because 15 years ago, the industry in Chile was just starting, and today we have more than 75 enterprises developing video games. Therefore, our trajectory, our history has to do a lot with how we develop other enterprises, and especially now in Jamaica, for this industry to be able to grow here and to be able to offer this support for success. Juan, my name is Juan de Urraza. I am the CEO of Possibilian Tech. That was created 8 years ago in Paraguay. I am the biggest enterprise. We have 60 persons working full-time with us. It is a new enterprise that is starting in the last years, launching our own products. We started in location, and then we moved into other line of services. And at present, we have created a hybrid model where we have 50% of our model working, more than 65 working in projects of outsourcing, trabajando por contratación for clients in the United States and Asia and Europe, and another part of the team is working in their own projects with investment that is being achieved. A thank you to what the work for hiring has generated, so it doesn't depend on investment in order to be able to grow, and this is very important. And I guess it might have not been the fastest one in the world, but we are managing our finances. Good afternoon, my name is Gaston. I am from Golden Dog Interactive. And I wanted to say to you, first of all, thank you for being here, for inviting us. Personally, as a developer, in my case, it's a one-man army. It is important for all of us. It is quite important for all of us, for me, to be able to share that vision. So you are here getting to know about our industry, to be able to look into it. It is a very young industry that really made a revolution with finances in the cinema industry, being as young as it is and capturing the attention of persons from all ages. Therefore, it is important for you to be there, and let us start. I have to share a disclaimer that the investment that is investing in emerging markets in 2016 in video games, VR, and other categories related. We are proud investors of Golden Dog Studios also that Gaston represents. So let us start then with the dialogue. I have asked questions addressed to each of you. Well thought. I hope that I don't catch you out of base, but the first one I want to share a common question. Just place it on the floor, and I think that we still have enough time to be able to address it in terms of what I want to explain. Latin American today, without any, it represents one of the areas of greatest growth in the world. From 2019 to 2020, the industry in the world has grown 23% thanks to COVID and the lockdown that the planet suffered. It was a very important engine for the industry. Nonetheless, Latin America grew approximately 45%. The world has grown approximately in the last 10 years, 8, 9, 11%. And for an industry, if for any industry, is nonetheless pretty strong. But Latin America has grown 15, 11, 13%, which is considered to be far above what is happening in developed countries. We have an audience that definitely places its businesses in Latin America. What would you say, or what is your opinion for persons that are listening to us and are watching? I have said because there are persons that are watching because they are offering streaming online. What would you say to the persons that are not paying attention to the video games regionally and worldwide from Latin America. It doesn't matter where they are in the trenches as an investor, as a provider of services, of software developer, of fintech solutions. We have a whole bunch of people in different industries. Why do they need to pay attention to the video games in as much as big as it is? Less than 2 hours ago, I was attending a meeting looking at how we could generate impact in Jamaica for this industry to start growing. And one of the main messages that I could deliver was that innovate and to start the video games industry has a physical cost, but far less than the innovation in other industries. The reason is quite simple. You need a computer and you need access to internet. But nowadays, information is at the tip of the finger of anyone. And in as much as it's difficult to access for the first time, the community is so big that the impact to start developing, long-term developing, is 3-4 times the result expected. Therefore, Jamaica has a great opportunity to be able to innovate, to create video games that does not have to do only with video technology, but is also to create content for many persons worldwide. It is not only present in education and investment, but it also represents the country of each country. Therefore, to have the opportunity to get to know this community that is supporting itself in innovating, in creating from zero, it doesn't draw that great cost that some persons believe is implied in creating video games. Start from zero is even simpler and far cheaper than what many other persons believe. I think that comment is really great and impacting. I think that culturally speaking, Latin America has been well positioned in worldwide in terms of creativity and artistic level. I have worked marketing. I've been developing video games for 11 years, and before he was working in marketing and communications. And the Latin American countries are well recognized. When they used to go to the Cannes Festival, they will win festivals. They are because they were able to present quite creative items. So it has to do a lot with that development, with our creative culture, that capability to adapt, because we have lived in lots of situations, good and bad ones in Latin America. But we have also a capability to adapt, to adjust. And also the fact that in the world there is no entering bar or barrier to enter. Today we speak in Ecuador with children and say, what do I need to do to develop a video game? And really speaking, they can develop with an average keyboard, average tape computer. You can acquire, you don't need to pay. You're going to pay only the commissions if you generate money. And the development softwares are free. So there is absolutely no excuse not to try and to try to express your creativity through video games. And I think that it is an amazing opportunity for Latin America. We are not enough to generate so many positions, job positions that the world is demanding. Education is going slower than what the industry is demanding. And there is where you have a great lack of leverage between demand and offer. What would you say? You have been working in the industry for several years. What would you say to persons who are working in other industries? Why should you need to pay attention? First of all, I think that it is important we are mixing two markets. One is the consumer of video games, and the other one is a producer of video games. So one of the ciphers is the consumption of video games, because in Latin America is growing. But what I think that as producers, many times we produce not only for Latin America, for the whole world. Then Yes, it is a global market that is growing tremendously, that all ages, both sexes, everybody is consuming at present, where small studies can have great hits, where big studies can also have great hits, where the return of the investment is risky because it is impossible to guarantee that a particular game would be successful, even a sequel, a sequencing. But there are also many opportunities, and as Martine said, to create jobs. Lots of young persons who want to create new things that do not want to be working in the traditional market. They don't want traditional jobs. I will say always in Paraguay, in programming, it is okay to work in a bank, at a telephone company, but those are not as engaging or entertaining. Okay, you don't have where to work as an artist, as an illustrator, and if you are lucky on TV or at one Canal One, but there are few places where that creativity can be expressed, and the video games definitely are a place for this. Therefore, there is a young public, that persons who want to work in this. Nonetheless, whether they earn a lot or not, the new generations is not necessarily only dictated by how much you can, but they need to be doing something that they like. If they can be in something that they like, they are okay. And then we can grow. We can make this industry grow, especially if we can then export those services at competitive rates while we are learning. Because when we produce products for the outside, for external customers, we are also paying for the trade. There's no place where you can study to learn how to develop video games. So we have to train them from zero. That also demands some efforts, but there is a great potential. And as we see from the United States and Europe, they are purchasing several studies in Brazil, Argentina, and they have started purchasing all the medium-sized studios because there is a lack of workmanship and creativity that we can satisfy from Latin America. Therefore, this is important, very good. Gaston, along the same line, you mentioned something, and I think that it is important to reinforce or underscore this approach, its approximation to the entrepreneurship on aligned to the same thing, like como una, like one arm, man army. Remember that we are also streaming. There are also persons who are entrepreneurs, and they are just raising their antennas. They are capturing the message. What recommendation will you share with them of persons who, like you, started and without having the Gaston studio is starting and it's working with 2-3 persons as freelancers? How can you start in that sense? Well, first of all, something that was very important for me was to place the cards on the table. What do we really have? What the possibilities were or are, and what we want to achieve. Because as our colleagues have said, to create video games demands a lot of passion. It is not something that I do because I don't have. It is something that I do because it is flowing from inside. It's something that I really like. And it was really must make me feel crazy. It really captures my attention. So if you are starting and you have many ideas to share, the first thing for me is to have a good role model, to be able to say a good roadmap, meaning you determine what am I going to do. First of all, as an investor, I am in Uruguay, I have this. It is really solid, the question here, because we have the Uruguayan video games camera. They identified investors for all the studios, and then thanks to that I was able to meet Mario. Then they have another level of these types with lots of presentations and speeches with people that know a lot, and then they have the booth where you can meet with the developers and you enjoy. And it is just that, to create that culture. And it is something that has it's very nice in Uruguay. We experience a lot of diversity to tell the stories. Here we have two very important spectrums of the opportunity that this industry offers in Latin America and at the world level. On one side, we have Gaston, who is starting. He's a starter. and that definitely, as it is stated, he has some very clear recommendations to anybody that would like to invest time, effort, and dedication in something that you like. But also we have all the sea wolves that in the case of Fernanda and her brother were just purchased by an enterprise of the import like Congregate. So tell us a little more about that experience, because it is the other side where your study was purchased by a legendary developer of video games. So we can say that, really speaking, the dream of every single developer is to have a successful game or to be purchased. Those are the two. And this is the issue here. We are personally very happy because we share the same philosophy. You don't need to make things complicated in order to be able to achieve success and to reach your customer and to offer them an experience of quality. We started in a very simple way in the living room of our parents, really in the room in my brother's bedroom, and that experience has taken us to understand every single role that impacts a good product and game that reaches our users. A theme that not everybody sees and not everybody understands. In the development of video games, it is one of the few industries where there is convergence with several other specializations in order to be able to create, from music, design, development, programming, and many times psychology. This mentality of uniting the best efforts, the best, the most knowledgeable persons in each of these areas in order to develop a good product does not need to be complicated. It needs to be entertaining. To develop video games is to deliver entertainment, rejoicing, relaxing. Ironically, one of the great historic stories that we have is that when we started, the first game that one of the first games sold was precisely to Congregate, because of a small amount between 500 and 1,000 US dollars, and all that was reinvested, and they created another one and they reinvested again. Years passed and we developed more than 56 games. The study was growing little by little, and Congregate then was forget. They forgot Congregate. It was one of our first clients. We cannot forget them. But it was not only the pandemic when we reconnected, and the passion, how we envisioned business, how we thought of the workers, and of how to produce video games brought us together again. And then in 1 month, we are going to celebrate 1 year of the congregation. And I could not be happier. They have retained the same values in the games. And I believe that is the dream of lots of developers, not only to be purchased, acquired, but also to share those values and to be able to work in a team, as a teamwork. So again, congratulations to you and to all the team of Gamaga, that I keep them very close to my heart. Without any doubt, it is not a story yet. And here, it is also of the opportunity that we're making reference to. It is not a very familiar story in Latin America. Still, we have these small gems that are opening their way, they are creating their own ways. But like Juan said a few minutes ago, the offer for studies that are taking place at the international level, and they are being seen and they are becoming a reality. Thank you to the offer, the service offer. I just work in 11 years in electronic cars, 5 years from Latin America, and then with a global responsibility from Silicon Valley. And I can say that enterprises like Activision, like Unicard, and their times, and the great giants, Japanese giants of the and the United States of video games, turn back to look at these emerging markets, first and foremost looking for services. And I believe it is a case, as you said before, because the 40th of the 50% that you generate has to do with services, which is one of the recipes of success in the region. Tell us a little how you have done. Well, our story started with wanting to make sure that our games as the Paraguayan dream. We started with location that was quite new at the time. Then we were able to create a second game that allowed us to win, and then we won in Singapore that allowed us to win several prizes. We were spent some time in Finland. It gave us, provided us with a lot of success, but it did not generate money. So they did not recover. It was 4 years developing a free-to-play. I'm going to interrupt 1 minute. That is a familiar story in Latin America. Wow. Then after 4 years with this Paraguayan, which is almost a miracle to invest because there are not too many investors in this area with over $4 million invested, we realized it was not sustainable to continue like that. Everybody said, yes, we are quite happy with all what was achieved, but what do we do now? The answer, Gabriel said, let us continue. Let us continue, but then because we became specialists in geolocalization and few enterprises knew, and the ones who were do it, that opened several doors for us for study, for persons that needed developments in geolocation. And we started offering services to sell digital services to the United States. Is almost impossible. But then if I have to demand, then if I give you my money, where can I find you? Those are concerns that some of the persons had. So it will be a contract of 3 months, and then they liked so much what we did. Then we got them 3 months more, and then 6 months more, and then the last one was 1 year, and then several millions of dollars. But we needed to demonstrate, we needed to prove ourselves that we were able to produce things of quality, that we were not going to disappear. So this opened the doors to us. Some developers in the United States were really interested in our work and starting. That it was not necessarily the working with the Paraguayan study. So they tried to continue developing our own games, and they wanted to gain a stability. They did not want to have this frightened feeling in their mouth that say, oh God, if something goes bad tomorrow, what are we going to do? So it is important that we were receiving income, generating income on a regular basis. Now we have approximately 40 persons working, and it allows us to have 2 parallel teams producing our own. The day that we hit it, they said, well, we cannot do it. It is too hot. Come see it, see it.
And if, for example, if we don't reach to the point that it is needed, well, we need to be very careful with the analysis, because we need to decide on what we're going to do based on what is on fashion, what is needed, and then we cannot take risk. And we cannot be doing things that are very cost effective, because although we do not get the expected results, well, this is a problem. So what we did was that what we are in this new trend, we learned new technologies, and then now we are hired for these new trends and new technologies that new players are coming into place and they are asking for. And everything is with the 3D technology. So, Martin, you are experiencing and you're doing some experiment on how to do the 3D and localization. Web3 always calls the attention because we are still finishing the winter crypto. Some people learned about the 3 gig, but I'm always saying if you want to know about the metaverso, you need to look at what is happening with the video games, and then you will know what it is metaverso. But tell us what you're doing with Web3 and why it is important not to archive it and forget it. Um, well, I think that what we're seeing today is what was seen with this option with internet. There is a big boom concerning the use of this hype in the technology, where people are trying to sell different products, and then we're going to see some uh, uh, different offers, but we don't have too much demand, so they are not using it a lot. So we're going to see some uh, games in which some enterprises just having a check and it's really not producing much, and whatever they are producing, although there is a hype, is not used. So what we are trying is to offer a product that has a quality, and what we are looking at is that we have an invoice of $3 million, and of course later on we began asking ourselves, what are we going to do with this? We were trying to have have a medication for no sickness, so we had a problem, and we realized that games were not well implemented, and although there were a lot of people trying to, it was we would have a lot of games in the market. It was not really having its commitment. People were not using what we were producing, and what we see today is that some enterprises that really know how to do the games and how to implement different technologies. We noticed that these industries and these enterprises are really getting getting there where the demand is, and we are going to see the difference between the financial speculation, and we're going to be seeing the usability of whatever we are producing, and we're going to see that we're looking at metaverso. Metaverso it was created long ago, and we need to be careful on how there are some bubbles that people think that there is a game that is being used, and in the reality is that it is not. So if we look at when something is very popular, you're going to see that it just passes and people don't remember about it. Um, well, when we look at, for example, there was an example of a Czech in, industry where they have a hype in one of the products that they were offering, and they told us that they are not using a marketplace crypto. They are not trying to use a game that is for financial results. We are trying to implement an experience. We are trying to use. It's not a tool. What we are producing, we are trying to create an experience, recreate an experience. So to try to engage and to try to keep people motivated. So that is something that when we are looking at, for example, there is a game that is called Titanic. We are going to is a game that Golden Growth was experiencing, and we're going to see that this type of strategy that you have when you make the game, when you make the game that is very entertaining.
I want to contact the Titanic is a game on pinball. First of all, lots of video players contacted me right away and said, there is nothing like this in the market. At the beginning, where do we have? Where can I do it? This can be very interesting. My main idea was to offer all the players a free entry where they can put the game to test. They can identify those. And then you have a premium package where you have a great amount of new tools, totally customized, and then the latest in the market, really speaking about Payable in real life. Then the idea is a little to take to the virtual world, to the e-sport. We are using a real sport to create a video game. Not with FIFA, but something else. The idea of the market is to include different features, characteristics, where you earn money within the video game, not real money, but digital currency. And there you can go to loot box, and with that same currency, you can purchase. Then on the other hand, you can buy like cash premium. So you can buy another currency, like you call gold coins and diamonds, in order to be able to place in the diamond. So you have like different types of currencies to be able to play. And today we were speaking with, I want to include as a parenthesis, it could be quite interesting, the whole idea of exclusivity for some, for instance, in Navity, Christmas 2023, that there will be specific times during the year to develop a different type of usability to that chain block. Then for this exclusivity, or for this exclusive block of information, to be able to use it only with this differentiated by chain blocks. But, and I guess, I think that I'm going to be researching far more about this. There is something that, in summary, for me, with all what we have said, I want to really underscore, and it is especially that in this how we can develop these games. This industry is one of the most, the one you can shape and reshape the best. It is fully engaged with the new tendencies in technology, and not because they have the chain block, but it means that even there are lots of developers that understand the differences among the different users that are looking for these, searching for these video games. Therefore, in this sense, I love the idea of promoting the industry because it presents a wide range of opportunities for all the tendencies and for all the interests, not only of the users, which is as a group, it is one niche, but also for the developers too. And that is why where you need to get the juice of this creative Latin America. I believe it is quite important, the whole idea of the flexibility of this industry to be able to adjust. They mentioned several times, and we were able to see that out of the professional environment, one of the main things is the video games, because nobody is afraid. It is another function. And then the artificial intelligence is part of the developing these games. For the last 20 years, we have been using it, not in the generative way that is being presented lately, but in artificial intelligence, the algorithms are not new for a developer, and they're being used for some time now, for a lot. And then there is cooperation with the films, with entertainment. Video games are excellent, and I will say the best one to transmit narrative content, instead of being speaking with somebody where all the content is what happens if there will be this medium, but with where I can speak with a person as if I were speaking to a monitor. And I believe that we have that capability to recreate and to assume this technology and to say, let us do something and to show to the world what can be done. We are coming to the end of this panel, but I would like to finish with a very short round with the four, and those are two questions, and these are surprises for you. One, I would like for each of you to be able to make a recommendation. It doesn't matter whether it is an entrepreneur or if it is one from a service company that is listening to this or is working in the software industry for the last 15 years. What will be the main recommendation that you would like to share, which is the practical way? I think as practical as possible, what is the best recommendation that you would like to share with these persons in order to be able to enter this industry? It doesn't matter whether you are finishing school or if you have been working 10, 15 years with software. You can start here. It is an excellent question in two forms. First, there is no excuse today to develop video games. There is a democratization process. Okay, I was doing something many years ago and I used to share it during break time in my school. I will recommend two things. One, to you learn to link, and there is no excuse to start. You don't even need money in order to start. And then perseverance. Perseverance continues to be something difficult. It is quite elusive. So you need to do very good fact finding, absolute perseverance, and to start now, to maintain it simple. We are facing here an era where technology is being updated constantly. It is coming up with new opportunities, and the biggest mistake of all those who enter into video games on the first time is to get too complicated with the dream of the developer and to become number one in the market, achieve number one in the market. What you need is to enter, to understand what is being done, what wants to be achieved, and to make it simple, to move into the market and grow into the market step by step, not only to pay attention to the mistakes, but then to learn how to avoid the mistakes that some of us committed when we started. Well, I believe that the importance is to mention that there are tools, free tools, that you can use to develop video games, and some of them are marvelous, that 15 years ago did not exist. So now it is easier. There are courses online, totally free, that help you to create these video games. So therefore, there is no excuse. There are also channels, forums, discs, where there are other developers that you can link up with in order to create teams, to learn. If you share your idea and they like it, therefore there are no limits. You can decide what will be your role. You want to be an artist, you want to be a developer, you want to be the producer, and you can then define what is the role that you want to play within these ranges. Whether you are big, I mean old, I started at 40, and it is already considered to be old. Sometimes you have that type of concern. Okay, will this allow me to pay my bills, to enter in the studio to learn weekends? So it is just to find a way until I will say, well, let me abandon everything else and I'm going to dedicate full time to this if it is what you like. But something important is some people want to do video games because they like to play video games. No, video games could be stressing. So you do video games because you want to create worlds, not only because you want to play. If you like to play, then just play. Gaston, you are the experience, and he is the product of all what you have said. He just been watching video games for 9 years, He said in some way what Juan has said on the recommendation to finish it closely and short. The best time to start video game would have been 20 years. And then the best time is next time is now. And we are going to just close with a message, but I want to share with you a message to all the persons that are watching, the institutions, to the investors. If you are not investing time and or money in the video games industry, you are not doing it correct. It is time to look at an industry that is so serious and so big and so promising that fintech, like AI, like Vitris, and all the industries in which you are participating. Just give it a look at opportunities of gamification for your business transactions. Speak with the Latin American entities that are offering video game services and gamification, or just speak with investors like us. There is a fund created since 2016. Again, thank you very much to IDB for the invitation. Thank you. Muchas gracias a todos. Thank you to all the colleagues, female and male.
Us moving from being consumers of video games and more becoming creators and seeing the opportunity of $200 billion as an industry. And so now we get ready for our final plenary session, and I do want to thank you so very much. I crave your indulgence. This is the last session of the day, which promises to be equally engaging. Join us as we delve into the world of fintech and explore how innovative business lines and strategic enterprise partnerships are reshaping the financial landscape. The panel, titled Fintech Resurgence, Transforming the Landscape with Innovative Business Lines and Strategic Enterprise Partnerships. Before we jump into it, let us have a look at this video.
Fintech Thrive, short-lived trend or enduring force. In Latin America and the Caribbean, the fintech industry has grown significantly, boosting venture capital. Many of the region's unicorns belong to the fintech sector. However, the industry is still highly concentrated in a handful of countries and will soon face competition from companies in Southeast Asia, Africa, and the Middle East. To unlock its full potential, fintech companies must keep up with the innovations in artificial intelligence, blockchain, and the Internet of Things. They can also benefit from investor interest in decarbonization and the circular economy. Let's take advantage of digital opportunities to expand globally.
Look around and see if you have lost your case. If you've lost your case, kindly come to the side and I will actually hand it over to you. So we invite Gonzalo Aruiz, Investment Manager, Lead Officer of IDB Invest, to be our moderator. Please welcome Gonzalo. I'm just looking for my moderator. Thank you so very much. Welcome, welcome to the stage. And he is accompanied by Leandro Elduayen, CEO, Coy Banks, Argentina, Daniel Martinez, Director of External Affairs, Clip, Mexico, Mariam McIntosh Robinson, Managing Director, Kenta, Jamaica, and the United States of America, Sebastian Pertinet, Commercial Director, Latam, Bankingly, Uruguay. Gonzalo, over to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Basically because of all the good things that fintech brings to development. And over the last 10 years, fintech has been the driving force in the transformation of the financial sector, attracting more than 40% of all the venture capital investment into the region, and accounting for, as according to the latest data from our periodic research on the sector, more than 2,500 fintech companies in Latin America and the Caribbean. Also, the pandemic showed us how important all the innovations brought by fintech have contributed to resisting the isolation and increasing electronic payments, branchless banking, and so on. By today, most of the financial sector players recognize the importance of fintech and technological solutions in the business. However, also this comes at a time when the venture capital funding has dried up a little bit. So it's also a change in paradigm and a call for greater efficiency in going forward in the sector. So I have a great panel here today, and I wanted to tap on the experiences of each of you in different markets and different activities within the sector. And starting with you, Daniel, you work at Clip. Clip is one of the leading forces in payments in Mexico, and wanted to hear from you, in your experience, what have been the driving forces for LATAM's leap forward in fintech, and how do you think we should keep with the momentum of the industry?
Thank you, Gonzalo, and thank you for the question. I want to also thank the organizers for the invitation. I feel very privileged to be here in this very talented panel. The driving forces behind fintech have been several. At the beginning of the previous decade, 2012, 2010, first off with the development or the availability of a huge technological shift with the availability of broadband and smartphone penetration. Without those advancements in technology, most of the shift in fintech would have been impossible. There were efforts previously to try to bridge the gaps in financial inclusion, in digital payments deep, that were previously unsuccessful. And with this technological shift, many business models proved to be efficient, come to fruition. In the case of Mexico specifically, Clip is the leading payment and commerce platform for small businesses. We facilitate payments for all types of merchants, and we enable them to accept all types of payments. And this was possible because of this technological shift. And after that shift, of course, came a realization, a political drive, a recognition that these new technologies, that fintechs were a force of good, and that there should be public policies driven towards the diversification, the implementation of these new technologies. So back in 2014, in the case of Mexico, came a very robust financial reform that allowed the business model that payment aggregators such as Clip carried out later, allowing us to onboard merchants to the digital payments network in a more streamlined, in a more simple fashion. And that proved very successful. There was some sustained growth. There was a flourishing payments ecosystem in Mexico and throughout the region. And eventually in 2018 came another push to provide more certainty for these business models. In the case of Mexico, this came in the way of a fintech law that was enacted in 2018. Soon thereafter, several countries in Latin America began issuing their own fintech laws. And this provided, as I said, legal certainty, promoted innovation in the region, and allowed a flourish of fintech companies to develop and to begin to grow. Back in 2018, we saw around 100 fintech companies operating in Mexico. Today, we have upwards of 500 companies operating, so a huge uptick. And of course, later on in 2020, with the pandemic, of course, we saw an acceleration of these trends that we were already seeing. Many countries in Latin America saw governments opted to provide financial assistance, incentives for the population through digital wallets, through digital payments, which proved very effective in the adoption and in the acceleration of the adoption of these technologies. That was not the case specifically in Mexico, but the benefit of digital payments came to be very tangible. Instead of digital payments, digital loans, digital wallets being perceived as a luxury, which they largely were perceived, they became a necessity. When the instruction is to stay in your house to avoid contact, payments at a distance, digital wallets become really a necessity. So there was really a huge uptick there. And of course, with it came a huge inflow of venture capital, which was key for the growth of companies. Clip became the first or the second unicorn in Mexico, and we continue to grow in that environment. Of course, the flow of venture capital has slowed down significantly, but we see a huge opportunity still for the market, and the need still is there.
Yeah, the need is indeed very, very high. And Leandro, your company focuses on blockchain, which is one of the newest technology and sometimes quite invisible for the end user. How has this technology changed, if it has already, the financial sector, and what is there to come?
Well, allow me to begin by thanking you, Gonza, and the entire IDB team for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here with all of you. So one important aspect to highlight is blockchain is a technology that it's cross-industry, right? It's not an industry per se. And in particular, when applied within the financial system, which is basically where Koi Banks concentrates, we implement transactional products based on blockchain technology for banks, governments, and fintechs. You need to understand like the basics of blockchain technology. In essence, blockchain technology is a decentralized database. It keeps tabs of balances, different types of assets. It authorizes a transaction. It automates different transactional flows or programmatic rules based on a transaction type. And when you understand the banking core system or the different types of transactions that take place within the financial system, in essence, you find a pattern. That pattern is Gonzalo wants to move money or any other asset to other account. Does he have the sufficient balance? Is he or is he not sending the same balance to another party at the same time? Is that transactional flow legally allowed or commercially allowed? When you analyze what a banking core system or database is applied to transactional flows analyze, it's basically what a blockchain does. You make sure that there's no double spending, you make sure that the sender actually has balance, you make sure that the recipient is an existing account, you make sure that that transaction, that asset class, it's supposed to be transacted the way the users are intended to perform that transaction. When you understand that, blockchain basically solves a lot of the different situations that the financial system faces. And it does it in a way that's been already tested. I like the way you approach the question. I mean, has already changed the financial system. Blockchain technology already has 12 years. I'm part of the probably relatively small group that believes that blockchain is no longer an experiment. The blockchain is already a reality. And you have banks in Latin America like Davivienda, Banco Macro, Banco Azteca, even you guys at the IDB have conducted some products that run on top of blockchain that are already functional and are already either saving cost, augmenting transparency, making transactions faster depending on the type of transaction, connecting different participants in the financial system in a cheaper way, especially in cross-border scenarios. So when you understand that blockchain solves these, in essence, trust issue, because when you are checking double spends, when you're checking transaction times, you are making sure that everything takes place in the way it's supposed to be. That's basically trusting the system. And blockchain has the characteristic to solve this trust issue, allow this type of transactions, but without having to trust one single party. You don't need to trust Koi banks. You don't even need to trust the IDB. It's the technology per se. You can use it, nobody can change it, and in the end, it solves what you're looking for.
No, super, thanks for that insight. And Sebastian, next question for you. Bankingly provides services and works with small and mid-sized financial institutions. And what specific challenge do these kind of organizations face that can be solved by fintech companies?
Thank you very much for your question. Hi, everyone. Well, actually, thinking about the collaboration between small and medium-sized financial institutions, one of the best way to approach the problem, the challenges, is by recognizing that some of those institutions, like small cooperatives, SACCOs, and cooperatives that want to transform and convert into bigger cooperatives and so then banks, is the limited resources and the technology infrastructure that they have nowadays. So first of all, is recognizing that there is a limitation, and how by partnering with fintech companies and startups, they can approach and address in a very good way that pain. Obviously, there are a lot of challenges regarding compliance, regarding regulations. That is very important. And in the best scenario, a cooperative, for instance, and I know it and hear it on a daily basis, is they must act and be 100% focused on their business, on their core business, and not be worrying about how to develop, implement something regarding, for instance, fraud activities or fraud prevention. So they can trust in a fintech that specializes in preventing that fraud, in preventing cybersecurity breaches. So by bringing those parts together and acknowledging the pain that they have, I think that those challenges will be very well solved. It's a matter of partnering, trusting each other, and realizing that working together, there are a lot of things that can be implemented well. And you're a core provider, you do core. You're a cooperative, you do cooperatives. A fintech that specializes in chatbot, as the first panelist said, they do chatbot and they are the best at it. So we can work together and try to build a better technology infrastructure for them to get bigger and better.
No, thank you, Sebastian. And one of the challenges is that reaching to the smaller organizations that probably attend harder to attend, harder to service parts of the population. The other part is penetrating in smaller economies and also smaller regulatory environments, and taking advantage. We have you, Marianne, here. As an investor, as a former investor, how can we make fintech to penetrate smaller or countries different from the bigger economies in the region? How we can attract more fintech investment into fintech in smaller economies?
Okay, thank you, and hi everyone. Thanks for staying. We appreciate it. Yay! We appreciate it. So just back to your question about investment in fintech. So the first thing is that fintech companies are addressing key pain points in the world. They're by definition disruptive. And just in terms of my background, I used to run a bank up until last summer, and then I joined a fintech company. And one of the things I've realized is that the culture at fintech companies is beyond just meeting a target or serving customers. There's a lot of heart in the teams that work at these companies because we're trying to disrupt status quo and disrupt tradition. And so for that reason, the biggest issue, no different from most businesses, whether you're fintech or not, the biggest issue to scaling and growth is access to equity capital. And the more frontier market you are, the harder it is to access this capital. So if you're in Mexico and Brazil, it's a little easier. If you're in Jamaica, it may be a little bit harder. But at the same time, the principle, we have to acknowledge that in order for the world to have inclusive growth and to lift our region, we're going to need equity capital. And there are a number of firms looking to invest. I always say, though, that fintech companies, no matter what role you have, you should ask yourself 3 questions. Everybody in the fintech company should be able to answer it with like 1 or 2 sentences. The first thing is, what is the pain point that your product and or company is solving? So when you come up with a new idea like, Mariam, let's do QUSD, I'm like, great, what's the pain point we're solving with QUSD? The second thing is, how do we make money? A lot of fintech companies in the past have been able to raise capital with less due diligence than today. There was a world before FTX and there's a world after FTX. But if you all understand, not just the CFO and the CEO and the managing directors, but if the head of product and the front-end engineer understands how we're gonna make money, that is the second question that every employee should be able to answer with 2 sentences. And it's not about revenue, it's profitable revenue. And you don't have to make profit on day 1, but you have to have a clear sense. And the third and final question that should be answered is, who regulates you? Who regulates your product? Newsflash, if you can't answer that question in 1 or 2 sentences, it's very hard for investors to invest in your company, because we don't want to invest knowing that something might be stopped in a year or in 6 months. Those 3 questions, everybody should be able to answer, and that lifts the culture of the fintech company to be driving not just the disruption, but to also be making it allowing it to generate attractive returns for investors. We do not do impact investing into fintech. We do investing into fintech to make money, and we need to invest equity capital, because the only way a sector and a region and the world will grow is for us to also allow people to access equity capital.
Super, Marianne. And talking about efficient use of capital, collaboration plays a super important role. Daniela, starting with you, how are LAC fintechs and traditional financial institutions working together for the common good in your experience? No?
Well, most of the collaboration is required, but mostly the product offering of fintechs tends to complement the existing product offering and service offering that traditional financial institutions have. And what was just said, we need to address specific pain points with innovative solutions. In the case of payments, that was the opportunity was very clear. In the case of Mexico, the gap in financial inclusion in digital payment penetration was very clear. Overall, in financial inclusion, the numbers for Mexico are alarming, still are today. 10 years ago, when we began operating in 2014, 2012, the percentage of adults with at least one financial product or service was around 27% of the population. In the last decade today, we have close to 47%, close to 50% of the adult population now has access to at least one financial product or service, which is great. It's a significant leap. But it's still a far cry from what other economies in the region have already achieved. When you turn around and you see countries like Brazil, like Chile, who have close to 90% of adult population with access to financial services, you have Argentina and Colombia with over 60%, you see the great lag that it still exists. And that is what we sought at CLIP, we sought after to fix in the payment sector, where it was very difficult for small merchants particularly to access a point-of-sale device that allows them to carry out digital payments. Historically, the way that they had access was, of course, through a financial institution, but around 70% of merchants were outright denied the application. The process was very cumbersome, very lengthy. I can speak of personal experience. I had a small entrepreneurship where we tried to access a platform, MPOS device. The process took close to 3 months. Wow. So almost 90 days to get the contract to have the terminal. And of course, we didn't own the terminal. It was rented out. There were penalties if we didn't reach certain milestones, certain spends. So it was very cumbersome and very difficult. And for people who are just entering digital payments, the alternative was just more attractive, which was just continue carrying cash and accepting cash. The history of CLIP has been very successful. When we began operations, there were around 500,000 MPOS terminals in the country. Today, we have around 5 million. Wow. So it's an 8-fold increase in the past decade, well, less than a decade, really. So the growth has been there. The opportunity, the need is very tangible. But we need to continue to collaborate, work with regulators, work with financial institutions, with other fintechs, to increase, obviously, the penetration and the adoption of these services, but also of the value that they have. We should see non-financial include individuals as individuals who have just not been offered the right match for their needs, or the right services for their needs. And we need to continue to work on that in financial education, and also, very importantly, to work on having a level playing field. Competition plays a huge role. The way that markets are structured in Mexico and across Latin America, we have legacy systems, we have very concentrated entities. that make it difficult for new entrants to begin operations. So what I was speaking about, the developments, regulatory, legislatively, have been huge, but there is still a great need for more competition, for more entrants in the industry, in order to really capitalize in the promise of fintech and the needs of the financially not included in the region.
Oh, super, and you touched on two things. One really relevant part, and it's been a driver also for the revolution of fintech, has been regulators, proactive regulators. My next question is to Leandro, and it regards to how ready do you see both financial institutions, traditional financial institutions, and regulators of the need of innovating and bringing these technologies on board, like blockchain and the solutions they bring. How open are they in general? If you say a sample of the banking industry, how are they reacting on the need of this?
Okay, so I would make a big difference to start when we talk about blockchain technology and cryptocurrencies, right? There are two big different issues, especially when facing regulators. In our experience, when we work with regulated parties such as banks or even governments, when they talk about blockchain technology, they have a very comprehensive approach in terms of very similar to what Marianne proposed, like what are you solving, how is it regulated, and who are you going to offer it with? Those are the three questions they ask us. And in essence, they tell you basically, if the party that is offering a blockchain product or a financial product that runs on top of blockchain rails, it's already allowed to or entitled to offer that product or service, as long as the technology that they are using meets the security requirements. You know, when you become a vendor of a bank or a regulated financial institution, you need to meet criteria like ISO 7001, etc., right, PCI. So as long as you keep those standards and the organization or company that it's offering the product, it's entitled to, so far you're good to go. And the last one is, don't try to work around the regulation. I mean, if you are not allowed to offer securities, for instance, to a regular citizen that does not meet the risk assessment criteria, don't try to explain me that a tokenized asset, it's not a security just because it's a token and that's something different. Like, you are still a bank or a regulated fintech or a broker-dealer that it's offering a digital asset to a certain segment of the population. So the fact that you use a different technology to broker that service does not exclude you from the requirements of meeting the regulatory standards you have to meet. If you meet those three criteria, they are very, honestly, they couldn't care less. I mean, they're open, but in a good way. They don't care. Like, I don't care if you use a database, blockchain, or whatever, or AI, another trendy tech right now. So if you comply with all of this, you can do it. When you start talking about cryptocurrencies, that's a whole different thing. That depends a lot on the government, the particular scenario, what are the channels that we are going to use to offer it. But in a broader answer to your question, they are much more focused, and I believe it's a good approach, on what is it that you're offering, regardless of the underlying technology. Because when regulators try to regulate technology, that's probably sentencing the death of that bill or that regulation for the next 4 or 5 years. Because technology gets obsolete. Concepts and products being offered, they take longer to get obsolete. So I'm seeing that kind of approach in Latin America, which I particularly agree with.
That's great. And as we're talking about blockchain, Marianne, Quenta basically does that, and beyond the traditional payments and lending products, what else can be done with crypto, and what else can be done with blockchain and technology to offer people in emerging markets?
Yeah, so just building on what Leandro said, so at Kenta, we offer democratized access to gold. How many people in here own gold bars? Anybody? Right, yeah. What? Esperanza, what? Right, so none of us really own gold bars like myself. It's usually institutions or high net worth individuals. But the interesting thing about gold is if your portfolio is $100 and you have $20 in liquid capital or liquid holdings, i.e. cash. You could have $15 in cash and the other $5 is in gold, let's just call it. Gold is good because it holds its value. If you're in a market where there's devaluation, you're holding gold. If there's high inflation, you're holding gold. So what does that have to do with Kenta? So we actually do supply chain track and traceability, and we focus on commodities, and the first and core product for us is actually gold. So we take the supply chain of gold from the miner to the refiner to the vault. It comes out to the mine, and we have responsible gold. So 40% of the supply in the world is what we call responsible. So it's ESG compliant, no child labor, thank goodness, conflict free. And someone stands there with a supply chain application, and when the gold is coming out, it has a crypto belt with an NFC chip on it, and it writes to Ethereum. Is that a good one, Leandro? I just learned about blockchain a year ago.
It's good, it's good.
Okay, good, good. So it writes to the blockchain. Guys in here, if you don't know about blockchain, that's fine. Blockchain is just a database. It could write to Oracle. We choose to write to a distributed ledger technology, and we happen to use Ethereum. But the point is, it's written all along the way. It gets to the refiner, it's melted down gold ID chip, it's right. A physical person has to view the physical asset and record the characteristics of that asset in the database. When it gets to the vaulting company, now you have real gold bars sitting there, but none of us, I live in Jamaica, I don't own any gold. What Kenta does, it offers through a digital platform, it's a nice way of saying an app, you can now buy gold because we mint tokens that represents a digital title of ownership to that gold. So you've now brought liquidity to an age-old asset. You can buy, sell, transfer, redeem, and the redeem is important from a utility versus security token definition. You can bring the gold into your country paying insurance, transportation costs, and storage costs. And so that's the power of technology. Now you're democratizing, back to where I started, access to gold, and you can go in and out of gold as much as you want. Kenta stands in the middle, where when you're ready to sell, it buys back. When you're ready to buy, it will sell to you. And there's a big risk management and supply chain unit that allows for that. So that's just one application use cases. And the last thing I'll quickly just say about that is democratize access to gold. It actually works in two ways. On the consumer side, we only have approvals in 33 states in the US. So retail, we're in the US. But the other big use case we're seeing is for businesses in the US that have global payout needs. You're paying freelancers, creators, small amounts across many countries, and you're using bank transfers. I love banks, but anyway, bank transfers, PayPal, Payoneer, and you're managing that through your treasury unit. You have one application where if you have to pay $100,000 out to 40 countries, you go into our business wallet, you buy the gold, so now you're holding that. Everyone in the 40 countries downloads the app from the App Store. The app is only allowed to receive an asset. So you do an asset transfer, it's instantaneously, low cost. That asset transfer goes from the US wallet to say, let's say Indonesia. And then the key now is the last mile access. How do you convert to fiat? And you convert to fiat through PayPal, Payoneer, bank, etc. So that's been a huge use case because it's a real pain point for these businesses to be paying freelancers and creators small sums all over the world.
Oh, super.
Yeah.
And Sebastian, last question on cooperation and how your core business is cooperation with financial institutions. You do need these banks to rely on you on providing them the solutions to their tech problems. How do you see these financial institutions open and ready for letting someone else solve the problems?
Well, it's a good question. They're quite open, and no, not all of them, obviously, but perhaps at first they hesitate a bit about how we can work together and what are the advantages, and sometimes it smells like there is something fishy going on and say, okay, you are like a competitor, what do you really want to do with me? So part of our job in the whole ecosystem, the whole fintech ecosystem, is to once again explain, set very good basis of what we are going to do and how we're going to do, how we are going to approach the problems, how we're going to make them grow, and with a vision, not a short-term vision, just like a long-term, but with a very consistent action plan. And most of them, once you explain, well, you take your time and you say, okay, we're going to start with this, and then the other part, and then if there is some thing about compliances, some regulations, okay, we're going to address in this way, with this partner, with my solution, other solution, it doesn't matter, but you're going to be covered about this, and you don't have to worry about it. Also, it's a matter of trust, and you have to earn that trust. So the most important thing to do is to explain that they can trust your fintech, your company, your solution, and that they must know that we are not competitors. You know, we were speaking earlier about this, but we do not compete with them. I provide digital channels to cooperatives. I do not want to become a cooperative. I want to boost that cooperative. I want to give them a lot of other tools, and they can still be that cooperative, that referent for the community, the state, whatever they think that they need to push with our solutions. That is what we have to do for them. But going back to the question, I think they are quite open to work. They may hesitate, but I think we're on the right track. It's building the trust. It's very difficult, but I think we can all do that.
And so I think I have follow-up questions for that, because clients, of course, it's a sale process, but also regulators. How do you see regulators seeing your work? I mean, you're offering fintech solutions to banks. Is that something that is welcomed by regulators, particularly in smaller regulatory environments? Is it something that is resisted? How do you find your work and the perception of the regulators?
Well, first of all, it's about transparency, and it's about letting them know that we have everything that they need, everything that they require for the cooperative, the SACCO, or the bank. For instance, there are several countries that, I mean, they mentioned something earlier, that it's not plug and play, it's not repeat, and we're living in a loop. You have to adapt to each country. Latin America and Central America and Caribbean, they all have their own policies and regulations. But if you're very transparent about what you can provide to them and how you're going to apply, especially in terms of cybersecurity, fraud prevention, I think being truly honest on the capabilities that your solution has or the partner that you choose, that is a very special way to open up or unlock that possible challenge that you may face with the regulator.
Super, and I have two final questions, and it's a little bit for all the panel. And as you know, main motivation for IDB Group to support fintech, both from a regulatory side as well from its investment, is the potential it has on financial inclusion. That's one of the items. And just to pick your brains on this, what is the contribution of fintech in general to financial inclusion? And whoever can start, I don't know, Daniel or Sebastián, or where. Daniel, you go first? I picked it, sorry.
Sure. Well, I think I kind of covered it with the previous questions, but financial inclusion is at the core of what we do at Clip. Payment systems are often seen as the entry door for full financial inclusion. A merchant that accepts digital payments, that issues digital payments, is more likely to have a track record, to be able to have loans, to be able to have investment products, to be able to have insurance products. So that is completely key in the operation of how we see. And the way we see it, how we can continue to provide value to our merchants, is seeing what kind of value added we can provide on top of the initial product offering. So payments is the entry door, but then we see in which ways we can provide different value. We can provide value through top-ups that have been very successful throughout LATAM and in Mexico to provide value to the small merchants. We can provide software solutions for merchants in the sense of inventory tracking, tax facilitation. So we need to see our network of merchants as a way through which we can provide value added to them in their everyday operations. In that way, that's a relationship that we continue to build, and that allows us to provide other verticals that decrease the gap that exists in financial inclusions throughout several industries. And when we're talking about the current context, when we see a shift in consumer preferences, a shift, of course, now with the whole nearshoring effect, we need to see the construction, of course, of physical infrastructure, but also of financial infrastructure and financial tools for merchants, for small businesses, that will provide the services needed for nearshoring major investments for the country. So in that sense, when we strengthen small merchants, we help to build the broader economy and make it more attractive to be able to capitalize in flows of commerce and nearshoring in this case. So yeah, financial inclusion is key for a broad range of sectors in the economy.
No, thank you.
I take it also. In terms of financial inclusion, I made every time this joke. I'm sure every one of us have heard of financial inclusion a dozen times over the last 2 days. But that is one of the things I always said. What are we really doing with financial inclusion? It's not a simple question. If we're going to promote something just to check it out and then post it on LinkedIn or Instagram or our websites and try to look really cool on what we are doing, that's not something that's going to help the real inclusion of a lot of people. For me, financial inclusion is not a goal, it's a necessity. I always say this, it's a necessity. It should be in our agendas, but it's not only a matter of fintech, it's a matter of governments, it's a matter of other institutions, of legislations, regulations, and other organisms. There is a lot of people and key players that need to be involved, and once again, not only to check that out, and it's okay, let's move on. I see it in a lot of countries I visit, there is still a lot of persons that take a bus to withdraw their money, their salary, their pension, or they walk like 5 kilometers just to find an ATM. So that kind of thing it's not supposed to happen. It happens. We must know that that reality exists. Sometimes we live more like in an ecosystem than an ecosystems, and our ego blinds ourselves in this fintech environment. But financial inclusion is a necessity that needs to be addressed, and we must be very honest about that. Can we improve that? Of course, we have all the correct elements to achieve that. It's not going to be a short-term goal that is achieved. It's going to take years, months, hard work, but we must do that. It's an obligation.
Super. And the other, I don't.
Yeah.
Maria?
So yeah. Well,
Sure.
yeah. No, I'll quickly go. So, if I were advising the IDB, there's one moment. Thank you for asking us on how to use what you can do to help with financial inclusion in terms of supporting fintechs. There are two answers I would have. The first is continuing to invest in the sector, providing capital or getting businesses capital ready for taking in even more capital. I can't underscore the impact of limited or inadequate access to capital to curbing the growth of fintech companies. And just to define how I think about financial inclusion, and we kind of take it for granted, but it's the ability to access the financial ecosystem, which includes savings products, insurance products, pension products, loans at reasonable rates. All of that is inclusion. We're all kind of included in here, but there are a lot of people who are taken advantage of or excluded. And fintech companies, by definition, if you're disrupting status quo, doing things at a lower cost, doing it more efficiently, you should be able to include more because it should be more affordable and accessible. But the second thing I would just say of two that I would suggest or ask of the IDB is such a great moment, is if you could do some capacity building around or allow us to do capacity building around working with our firms to think about how to get the average citizen comfortable with what we offer. And Sebastian talked about it, which is, this idea that people need to know what we do and they need to get comfortable with it, and they need to feel secure, and they need to feel that it's the same level of trust as if they're in a regulated bank that's been around for centuries. So this idea of it's not just the product, but how do we get customers clear on what it is we're providing? Because a lot of tech firms, by definition, they don't really speak to the heart of all customers. And when you think about financial inclusion, that whole awareness building and explanation is probably just as important as the cool product or process that we are delivering to the market. So I think IDB could do some workshops or capacity building on that. Thank you very much.
That's great, Marianne. And one thing, I think we have 2-3 minutes more, and I had a final question and basically directed to blockchain, but also to open banking and other trends going forward, is how these technology solutions bring to social empowerment and people owning the data that allows business to happen. And I'm probably starting with you because you're the first in the line.
Okay. Well, so empowerment or the empowerment problem, basically, it's the existing asymmetry between the financial services vendors and the financial consumers, right? Today, or mostly until a couple of years ago, the status quo was the financial vendor charges you to hold your money or your assets, to transact your money or your assets, to lend your money or your assets, but allegedly, that money and those assets is yours, but you need to pay for everything you want to do with it. If you think of blockchain technology or the promise of decentralization and try to picture a line where on one side of the spectrum you have the status quo and on the other side you have full DeFi services, everyone owns their keys, you are full accountable for everything you hold, I believe there's a transition on that path. Like, making the current incumbents, the financial incumbents, make their processes more transparent, allowing users to hold or to actually own part of the assets that are still in custody of the traditional financial vendors, or that you can take them in and out. That type of graduality, I believe that basically levels the playing field, the field game. And when you level that up, you start narrowing down that asymmetry, and when you narrow down that asymmetry, you're basically empowering the user in terms of the vendor that they are working with. So the promise of decentralized technologies such as blockchain is shifting the ownership from the vendor to the user. Personally, I believe in a gradual way. I'm not a DeFi, I'm not a maxi guy that will tell you DeFi today is the way, but definitely it's the right direction.
Oh, super. I think it's time to wrap up. I don't know if any final messages. Yeah,
nice sign there.
Yeah.
Wait, can I just say something on Leandro's point very quickly? So what he's saying is a big point, which is the social empowerment using blockchain. You can own your data. A great example is when companies are using healthcare data to run trials, they buy from a company that owns the data. And let's say they pay $50,000 per trial to get that data set of your record. If you now start owning your data and everywhere you go, you carry that data with you, when that data is given for the trial, you can keep a portion of that $50,000 versus it going to the centralized firm. I like to just share these because I just came into the industry a year ago, so I'm very like, just tell me what that really, really means. And so what he said is very powerful.
Oh, super, thanks for that. And thank you very much for all the panel, and thank the audience as well. And,
thank you.
Thank you, Gonzalo. Thank you so very much. I appreciate the comments and the questions. Say, you get $1 million, you get $1 million, you get $1 million. Give yourselves a round of applause for being the troopers. It's been a long day. A lot of you never went out, you never took breaks, you decided to stay, and I thank you for honoring the panelists. Thank you for honoring the first day of Outsource2lac Summit's program. We thank you so very much. For those of you who have not had the time yet to have your lunch, it is located in Exhibition A. As soon as you exit these doors, that room is located on the left. Please don't forget your B2B meetings, and don't forget to catch your shuttles early tomorrow morning. We'd like to get everyone in here at 8:30. Don't forget that the president of IDB will actually be here on the stage sharing his insights. And don't forget you have your QR code on the back of your lanyard to ensure that you have your agendas that you can download and your site maps. Please pass through the exhibition hall, see who it is you can meet and how they can assist you. So thank you again. It's been a pleasure, and I will see you tomorrow bright and early at 8:30. Take care. Have a